All right, I'm going to call to order a special meeting of the Planning Commission. It is 5:09 p.m. on Tuesday, November 18th. Can we get a roll call?
Commissioner McNally,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Here.
Commissioner Flaherty,
Here.
Vice Chairperson Izant,
Here.
Chair Hirsch.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 3, approval of the agenda. This is the time for the Planning Commission to discuss any changes to the order of the agenda items. Do we have any requests? Seeing none, I will see if we have a motion to approve the agenda.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
Commissioner McNally,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty,
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move on to the public comment portion of this hearing. This is the time for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on any items listed on the special meeting agenda only. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Is there anyone in the chambers that wishes to speak during the general public comment? All right. If you can please state your name.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chair, Vice Chair, Community Economic Development Director. Good to see you guys. Eric Horn. I'm really excited that you guys are doing this session. I think that, if we look at just 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, there were 100 people in here that were really, really upset about the prospect of a builder's remedy project. And this is our opportunity to take a look at what's been done well, where we have to make more progress, and hopefully be able to educate the public with transparency on what we need, what you guys need to actually get the job done. When I look at the staff report and I see a couple of different items where we're behind schedule, I get a little nervous. I think that anyone reading the report saying that on housing on city-owned sites and mixed-use expansion being pushed to 2026, some of the programs 10 through 12, such as the local coastal plan being pushed, I think that we're all wondering, does this have the potential to put our housing element certification in jeopardy in the future? I think that getting some clarification on what is grounds for having certification pulled and what is not would be of great help to me and I think the broader community. I was really surprised that 384 housing units were either being developed or in the queue. I was wondering if all of those are individual new doors, added doors in Hermosa Beach, or if any of them are just redevelopments of current lots with the same amount of housing on them. I'd appreciate clarification there. And I guess my question to you, Allison, is do you feel that you have the resources from the City Council, the appropriations, the contracting ability, the staff support to get all of these different items done in the timeline that we need to get them done? I think that I'm sure that this is the first presentation. I'm sure there's going to be a similar presentation to Council, but anything that you guys need, I'm sure would be broadly supported within the community to spend additional resources on. And then finally, I hope that we can have a brief conversation, or at least allude to whether or not there's planning around what we've seen in the news around Redondo, the AES site, the court case that is unfolding, where if we have housing element overlays, zoning overlays on sites that maybe theoretically could be turned into housing or have added housing, but in reality are just not feasible sites. The city doesn't present the true options to do housing on those sites, that could invalidate your housing element. I mean, I saw that article. I look at our housing element and I wonder, are there similar sites in Hermosa Beach that could face those constraints? This would be a question, I think, for our city attorney, but do we have eyes on that court case? Do we have contingency planning in place to be thinking about our legal options in the event that one of our housing element sites is challenged as being essentially infeasible for development? I appreciate it. I know that this is a tough conversation. It's a tough subject, and really appreciate your attention to this matter and all the work that you do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak during the general public comment portion? Okay, seeing none, I will see if we have anyone online.
There is one online speaker. Tony Higgins, you may speak.
Yeah, hello. To amplify what the last speaker was referring to, a foundational goal, if you'll excuse the term, should be to avoid builder's remedy. It would be a disaster for our community if the housing element lost its certification. And to dovetail with what the previous speaker was talking about, I note that our low income and very low income goals are not being met and are not close to being met. Now, forgive me for saying this, but we dumped 46, I'm just going by memory here, low and very low income RENA allocations into St. Cross. And we knew full well at the time that they were planning to keep a fully functioning church and a school and a rectory. Now, the 46 units at 23, and once again, memory here, but 23 acres or 23 units per acre roughly equates to the entire 2.2 acres of the St. Cross site. So we did get St. Cross to sign a letter that this was okay, to tell HCD that those were valid low income and very low income RENA allocations, but we all know it was a scam. Now, the question is, does that put us at risk now? And given St. Cross is going to at least keep 50% of the site and probably most of it for the existing church, does that put us at risk of decertification? And where exactly are those extra units that we're going to need going to come from? Or are we just going to wait till it becomes a problem and then potentially risk decertification? That's my comment. I hope you can clarify what we're going to do about those RENA allocations at St. Cross and how we're going to replace them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online?
There are no further online speakers.
All right, then I will go ahead and close the public comment portion of this hearing and move on to item number 5, staff items. And as a reminder, public comment will be taken after each item listed below. And they are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. So starting with item 5A, the 6th cycle housing element implementation status report, case number 25-CDD-167. Do we have a staff report?
Maybe that'll work better. We'll see. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, and for those of you who may be joining us for the first time, either in the audience or on Zoom, for the record, my name is Allison Becker. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Hermosa Beach. And today I'm at the podium instead of at the dais to present the assessment report on the implementation of the city's sixth cycle housing element. Next slide, please. So one of the most important powers that municipal government has is its regulatory authority over land use, and that power is implemented through its general plan and zoning regulations. For close to 50 years, cities have been required to develop a housing element as part of the general plan, which specifically focuses on the city's efforts to provide a variety of housing opportunities for its residents. The current cycle, the sixth cycle, establishes programs and activities for the period 2021 through 2029. And like many other cities, Hermosa Beach was challenged to prepare and present a housing element that could be certified by the state because so many of the rules had changed between the fifth and sixth cycles. So while the element itself covers the period of 2021 to 2029, the city's policy documents weren't actually certified until 2024. So this caused some concern, and when I arrived about 7 months ago, there were many questions that were presented as to how we were doing in implementing the housing element. Were we in danger of running afoul of the state? So one of the first things I did upon arrival was to do a thorough review of the city's programs and activities and what it committed to do and where we are today. So that's what we'll be discussing in this presentation. The presentation provides a high-level summary of the activities associated with 5 program areas. And basically, we're looking to answer a couple of questions. How are we conserving existing housing resources? How are we supporting new housing production? Where is the land needed to support a variety of housing types? Are there government constraints which need to be resolved to facilitate housing production? And how are we promoting equal housing opportunities? All of our programs and activities are organized around answering these questions. Next slide, please. So the first policy area is the conservation of existing housing resources. In support of this policy area, the city currently administers 2 programs. One is our code enforcement program. We have 2 full-time officers who ensure that our housing stock meets habitability standards and beyond. On those occasions where, either through proactive investigation or reactive enforcement, we identified properties with habitability concerns, it's the role of a code enforcement officer to ensure compliance. That's one program that we have. The other program focuses on preserving existing affordable housing, which in the city of Hermosa Beach consists of 60 mobile home park spaces. It also includes RV park spaces, and both of those properties are located in the immediate vicinity of the Civic Center in this neighborhood. Together, those form the foundation of the city's affordable housing stock in town. Next slide. One of the key goals of the state of California during this housing cycle, during the 2020s, is the production of affordable housing. So the city actually has 6 programs that are geared in response to that state goal. The first is the city's density bonus program. Density bonus regulations have been in place for quite some time. These are state laws which supersedes local laws and over the years have become embedded in local laws to facilitate affordable housing production, largely by, as the name suggests, providing incentives to increase density in exchange for affordability. So at this point, the city's codes have been largely revised to conform with state law, and we're fully compliant in this program area. The second program area is around supporting affordable housing development through administrative and financial support. There are multiple strategies identified to address this, and they range from being engaged with the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing, doing outreach and engagement with affordable housing developers through their networks, working with the South Bay Council of Governments, the COG on the development of the region's Affordable Housing Trust Fund, being ready to assist in the marketing of affordable units when they become available, and actually pursuing funding for special needs populations. Next slide. Another area where the city is in conformance is by developing strategies to support the development of multifamily housing by reducing physical and administrative constraints. In Hermosa Beach, that largely takes the form of facilitating lot consolidation. The original pattern of land development for the small coastal town is tiny lots.
Kind of a scam.
The town was developed with this beach cottage pattern. In order to build multifamily housing at a scale that makes financial sense in the present, small lots need to be consolidated into larger assemblies in order to make development feasible. So the city has developed a couple of incentives to support lot consolidation. And in addition to that, we are connecting with developers to let them know about the incentives that we have, and we're also identifying other areas where we may be able to assist in the development of affordable housing. Next slide. There you go. The next program is related to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. This is not only a really important source of affordable housing, but it's actually a program that has become popular here in town. The initial reaction to ADUs in many communities was a bit, maybe a little hostile, because this was definitely a change in the strategy when it came to protecting single-family neighborhoods. But as the program has matured, again, over the last 20 years, the push in the recent past has made it easier to build second units, and it's really transformed the city's ability to develop housing. We've done very well in the production of ADUs, and we've also done a number of refinements over the years to our local ordinances to maintain consistency with state law. In fact, we will be bringing a couple of minor adjustments forward in the early next year to revise our ordinance to conform with the most recent changes that were made in the last state legislative cycle. Next slide, please. So one of the most progressive programs that was established in the last housing element was a program of land value recapture. And that is essentially premised on the idea that if you are making changes to zoning which add value to land, the public should be compensated by the provision of a public good. And this is the case with this program. The public good was an assessed fee that was established. The fee itself was established through a number of different studies and enacted in 2024. The program of land value recapture is limited to properties that were identified for the housing element overlay. A number of these properties are small lots, and as I just mentioned earlier, small lots in and of themselves can be very difficult to intensify and often need to be assembled in order to make sense for redevelopment. So the council earlier this year asked staff to bring this topic back to commission to see if there might be a need at this point in time to revisit that policy. We'll be talking about that in just a little further down the road. And the last program in this area is related to housing trust funds. As I mentioned earlier, the city is a member of the South Bay Council of Governments, and we're an active participant in the group which is forming a trust fund to supply affordable housing, to support affordable housing. Earlier in the housing element cycle, the city contributed funds in support of this effort. Next slide. Providing adequate sites for housing is one area where we're a little bit behind. Now, Program 9 has a number of tasks associated with it, and the text amendments and map amendments that were necessary to create the housing element overlay were completed. So that's a huge accomplishment. In addition, the city committed to initiate a project on city-owned land for affordable housing. And that had a deadline for 2025 to identify a site, issue a request for proposals, and kind of be in the process of creating a project. Given all of the changes that occurred with the department, over the last year or so, this initiative hasn't yet been started. So we are a little bit behind. We can definitely pick that up in the coming year. The other thing that is planned for next year is the expansion of mixed-use areas in commercial zones. Next slide. The next area is focused on removing governmental constraints to housing production. And we're just a little bit behind in this area. On the one hand, the city is completing a number of different zoning text amendments. 2024, this is right as the housing element was adopted, which allowed a variety of different types of housing that are supportive of persons with disabilities and special needs. We are also planning to further strategies for live-work housing next year. Insofar as streamlining is concerned, which is discussed in Program 11, a number of processes and procedures have been reformed to support timely processing of housing developments, including revisions to PDPs, the establishment of objective design standards in the HE zone, and procedures for the implementation of SB 35. However, more can be done. Specifically, the housing element identified eliminating the conditional use permit requirement for condominium development, and this is a zoning text amendment which we will bring forward next year. Another one of those areas that was identified as a constraint was the fact that the city does not have a certified coastal plan. The city did commit to submitting that land use plan and implementation to coastal in 2024. But again, given all of the transition in the department, that did not happen last year. And we're in the process of resuscitating that effort. Next slide. The last major policy area is focused on equal housing opportunity. And we have two program areas here. One is affirmatively furthering fair housing. Here we have multiple strategies which are all intended to advance fair housing, outreach, education on housing discrimination, developing and utilizing informational materials to advance equal housing opportunity, accommodating persons with disabilities through our processes and procedures, collaborating with and promoting housing assistance programs, and holding at least one public meeting a year to talk about housing issues. So meetings like this, except in a variety of formats, we'd like to use a variety of formats to be talking to residents about housing. And then the other is how we invest our CDBG funds from the federal government, making sure that those investments are evenly distributed and support residents across the city. This is a program that the Public Works Department undertakes every year, and we're definitely on track with that. Next slide, please. So that's a very, very high-level summary of all of the policy areas and all of the programs that the city is undertaking as part of our commitment to implement the housing element And for the most part, I'm just going to give us, an A minus, a B plus. We're doing great. There are a couple of areas that I've identified where we need to be focusing a bit more attention, and we will be doing that in the coming year. We have just hired a part-time housing intern who's going to be specifically focused on the affirmatively furthering fair housing work and other programs that are associated with housing element implementation. So that will greatly bolster our human capital capacity to implement the housing element. Period. Shifting gears, in addition to policy programs, the housing element also includes quantified objectives. And so we're going to turn to that now. Oh, here it is. As you can see from the table, the city's regional housing needs allocation was a total of 558 units across all income categories. Next slide, please. If you compare our targets with our actual production, you will see that according to the city's data at mid-cycle, the city has a total of 184 units somewhere in the pipeline, of which 116 have actually been completed. So for the mid-cycle, from a total production perspective, we're right on target in terms of how much housing we're facilitating. The challenge is that we're underperforming in the very low, and moderate income categories. And that's something we'll continue to focus on in terms of supporting affordable housing to see if we can improve our production levels in these categories. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's the watch list. We've been through all the policies and programs. We've taken a look at our quantified objectives and our actual production numbers. And now I'd like to spend just a few minutes to talk about the activities that should be prioritized in order to ensure that we continue to be compliant with state law. There are just 3 areas, and they offer opportunities. So I'd like for us to frame it from that optimistic perspective. The next slide, please. So I'm going to start with ADUs and JADUs. One of the things that we're not doing very well is accounting. The department's data systems are inadequate because we're kind of in an in-between space where we're still using a mix of technology and paper, and that's making it difficult for us to be good at accounting for dwelling units. It's not something that that had been focused on up until now. But improving our data systems for accurate accounting will really help us demonstrate the power of gentle density, as we like to call it. One of the opportunities that we have to address the deficit in very low, and moderate income housing production is by allocating our ADUs across that spectrum. This is one really good thing that came out of advocacy at the regional level to the state during the regional housing needs assessment process. The Southern California region, through SCAG, developed a methodology for ADUs that was approved by the state to allow jurisdictions to count ADU production across the affordability spectrum. Southern California, in turn, created subregions for refined market analysis, and the South Bay, as you can see on the following slide, landed on a specific allocation scheme. So our records suggest that we haven't yet done that sort of distribution for our housing units. So as we're building our data system, we're going to be prioritizing setting up this part of the accounting so we can move forward with it and then backtrack to accurately count the ADUs and JDUs across those income spectrums. And I'm hopeful that at our next annual progress report, when we're submitting it to the state, we'll have a better sense of how that's going to support our overall housing production numbers. Next slide, please. The next area that we need to keep an eye on, again, is this is an accounting issue. We do need to be monitoring development, specifically on sites on our housing inventory list, also known as housing element overlay sites. We need to make sure that we're not losing sites to development without housing, because for every site that gets developed without housing, we need to find another site that can accommodate the housing that was assigned to the site that was developed. Now, during the site development process, the inventory development process, the city applied the overlay zone to enough sites to create a buffer of units in different income categories. But once the buffer is exhausted, the city will need to undertake additional rezoning in order to maintain adequate sites for housing. And that is, in summary, what the concept of no net loss is according to state law. So you all, planning commissioners, may have noticed that there were 1 or 2 cases over the past couple of months where we actually included findings which were made as part of the resolution of approval, confirming that even though the site was on the inventory, the city still had adequate capacity to address the housing need. But every time we do that, we reduce our buffer. And so that's something that we're going to need to be watching much more closely moving forward. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn this one over to Madam City Attorney. I didn't quite get my slides oriented right, but I'm going to give her a moment to talk about New Commune.
We can come back as well if that works better. Or you have the podium and the mic.
Look, can you go to what? Let's do one more. No, go back. Go one back. One more back. Slide of it. Ooh, I lost a slide. Let's talk about affordable housing on city-owned land, and then I'll turn it over to you. City-sponsored affordable housing development in California these days is really the most reliable way to ensure affordable housing development, because you're using city-owned, municipally owned land for that public purpose. Using existing land resources that serve a public purpose or that have been determined to be surplus and able to be used for another purpose, and converting that land for housing production is important because of the state's public interest in advancing affordable housing production. So in this way, the public can use an existing resource to basically create a subsidy that allows new affordable housing to be developed. Now, during the site identification process, the city did identify a number of city-owned sites that could be appropriated for this purpose. And, kind of linking back to the earlier program area, this is one of those studies that we need to advance in the coming year. What is important to remember is that each site has an individual character. It's within an individual, in a specific neighborhood, and that neighborhood has specific attributes, whether it's associated with mobility or with adjacency to medical services or adjacency to parks or schools. And our special need populations include disabled persons, elderly persons, female-headed households, large households, and homeless persons. So one of the things you would do if you're matching populations is thinking about what population would be served with a specific site. So we're going to be, as we're advancing that program area in the coming year, you know, the universe is in Hermosa Beach, our special needs populations are varied. And so we can, as part of our site selection process, we can also identify a special needs population that we want to design for through our affordable housing project. So with that, I'll go back to New Commune and turn it over to Sarah.
All right. Good afternoon, or almost evening, Chair and Commissioners. So it's good to be with you tonight, a little bit earlier than usual. And as we've already heard from our public comment, the New Commune versus Redondo Beach case has been making waves throughout the state, and especially in our community, considering they are a close neighbor to us. For the record as well, and for the public in the room, my name is Sarah Laughlin. I am interim assistant city attorney through the city's city attorney office, Best and Krieger. So, looking towards this case, the case is holding, sorry, let me back up a little bit. New Commune DTLA versus LLC versus Redondo Beach was an appellate case coming out of the California Appeals Court in October. It has made its way across the state, across our community, and into the housing and redevelopment communities. It's a big topic of discussion right now because it does touch on what was until recently considered to be a very uncontroversial tool in the toolbox of many of our local jurisdictions, which is the overlay zone, which is often used to help meet those RHNA allocation numbers. Again, this is a very commonly used tool. Until recently, it was very uncontroversial. We worked extensively with HCD in developing these overlay zones. And elephant in the room is that the city utilizes an overlay zone. Not so much an elephant. Allison already touched on that. So we have been taking a look at this case and the holding to determine whether or not it affects the city's overlay zone and our housing element moving forward. I have highlighted kind of the three takeaways here on the screen for us, but to zoom back and kind of go through more of the history of the case, to give you all some context, revisit these three big takeaways, and then discuss really what impacts the city might be looking at moving forward. So in this case, the city of Redondo Beach submitted its draft housing element for the current planning period, the sixth cycle, to HCD in 2021. After a series of amendments, it was certified by HCD and found to be substantially compliant with housing element law. Like many local jurisdictions up and down the state, as I've mentioned, the city's housing element proposed a residential overlay zone to make up for the shortfall in existing residential sites in order to meet the city's RHNA numbers. Now, a residential overlay is often used as a zoning tool to permit residential development on zones that are not currently zoned for residential use. We call that, their base zoning. So a base zoning perhaps of industrial or of commercial or other non-residential use. We can then place an overlay over these sites that would permit residential development in line with the housing element law. So plaintiff New Commune challenged the city's housing element, alleging that the housing element violated state law. In its review of the case, the California Court of Appeals reviewed the city's site inventory and housing overlay sites, and found that the city's housing element was not compliant with state housing element law. As of today, unfortunately, Redondo Beach's housing element is decertified. And that holding was based on the fact that some overlay sites still maintain this base zoning of commercial and industrial with no requirement for residential development. This is the part of the case that is very new to us in the housing and development community, and what will affect many jurisdictions moving forward. So as I mentioned previously, the overlay zone is a very popular, commonly used tool to assist cities in meeting their RHNA numbers. It is something that our city currently utilizes. And we utilize that because the state requires us, when we don't have existing residential sites that are adequate to meet our RENA numbers, it requires us to go through a rezoning program. The rezoning must close the gap between the number of units allowed under the current zoning and the number of units required by RENA. Looking specifically to the Redondo Beach case, the appellate court took a specific look at housing overlay sites that, again, maintained this base zoning with no residential use. I believe a few of these specific sites that it looked at, for example, included parking lots or grocery stores, sites that were currently being used for non-residential uses. So first, looking at our second bullet point here, but our first big takeaway, the court found that the city's overlay permitted non-residential development in housing element overlay sites, which conflicts with the minimum residential density required by state law. Now, again, this is the part of the case that is really new to us in the community. Whereas HCD have formally allowed housing element overlays to permit this base zoning, the state came in, the appeals court came in and said, because that base zoning doesn't require any residential component, city, you are not meeting the required residential density under state law, which is 20 units per acre. So what does this mean moving forward? It means that sites that currently are developed or zoned for commercial or industrial or other non-residential uses within a city's overlay zone will likely need to be rezoned to require residential development. The second big takeaway here was that the city's overlay violated the required balance between non-residential or mixed uses and residential uses within the housing inventory site. So in order to provide an adequate balance between residential use and mixed-use sites or non-residential sites within the overlay, the state requires that at least 50% of lower-income housing units be in a zone that is residential only and prohibits non-residential use. In the alternative, state housing law also permits that lower-income units be in a mixed-use zone if at least 50% of the floor area is dedicated to housing. So you can have one of these two paths. One is that out of all of the sites, we only allow 50% to be in a zone that allows non-residential uses. The other path is that we will allow mixed use for lower income sites, but the mixed use is limited to no more than 50% of the floor area ratio of those developments. The court held that the city failed to utilize either one of those pathways, again, pointing back to this base zoning. And I'm talking about base zoning because that is the big takeaway, because the base zoning did not permit any residential or allowed non-residential use for the entire lot, these sites couldn't meet their required at least 50% residential use for redevelopment. And because of the number of sites that were identified with a base zoning of non-residential use, the city couldn't meet its entire program threshold of at least 50% of these sites being zoned in areas that were residential only. So now our third takeaway is that Redondo Beach came back to the appellate court and basically said, well, HCD certified us. They took a look at our housing element, we worked with them, we went through many rounds of amendments, and they found that we are compliant. Therefore, you should rely on HCD's determination and provide them with some deference. And the court came back and said no. The court is still the final arbiter of state law, and it found that it has the equal ability, even in the face of HD certification, to review a housing element and to find it out of compliance with state law, if it is in fact out of compliance with state law. So, what does this mean now for the city? As I mentioned, the city does utilize a housing element overlay. I want to highlight very specifically, as Allison already mentioned, we have a compliant housing element, and that has not changed. This case only decertified Redondo Beach's housing element. So to the extent that folks are perhaps worried about builder's remedy applications or any other challenges to our housing element, I want to highlight and make sure that you're all aware that we are still in compliance. That being said, we are taking a look in conjunction with the city attorney's office, with the community development office, and with the city manager on our current site inventory list to determine if we need to make any improvements. As was already mentioned, we do need to keep an eye on our existing sites to make sure that our numbers continue to stay adequate. Within that analysis, we are also looking to see whether we need to add additional sites or perhaps rezone existing sites in order to ensure that we continue to stay in compliance with state law. We will be making recommendations to, if and when, we will be making recommendations to the City Council on some of those strategies, and we will keep you all informed, of course. So I also want to note that the next housing element cycle is fast approaching, even though 2029 is our end date for this cycle. That seems far away, and yet in the housing world, it is not very far away. So we are also, as we develop and get into our planning cycle for the 7th housing element cycle now, we will, of course, have an eye towards this case when we develop or amend our housing element inventory site as required. And now zooming out even a little bit further, Redondo Beach, word on the street, word on the development circles is that Redondo Beach does anticipate appealing this decision. So you may not yet have heard the last out of the California Supreme Court on this or out of Redondo Beach. We also have not heard from HCD or the state in general regarding any kind of policy changes. So we are still very much in an area of kind of the unknown where we're taking a look at all of the different actors here and we're watching what they're doing, and we may not yet have a completely settled case. So I also wanted to bring that to your attention, and of course, as things continue to develop, we will continue to keep you updated. I can take any questions at this point on this, and I'm sure as well Allison can take any questions about the larger presentation. So thank you all for your time.
Yeah, I'll just say this does conclude our presentation. We have another presentation on land value recapture. And so, at your discretion, we can either move into land value recapture and complete the presentation portion if you so desire, or we can pause here and answer any questions you might have. It's really up to you.
I think it would be valuable to pause here and ask some questions and then pick it up with the land value recapture.
Sure.
Okay. I will see if anyone, my fellow commissioners have questions for staff. Commissioner McNally?
None at this time.
Commissioner Hoffman?
I feel like the guy that's driving 80 when the guy next to him gets pulled over by the highway patrol. And I don't know whether I should hit the brakes and change lanes and call attention to myself. I should keep going 80 and pretend nothing happened. And I'm driving into an unknown zone here. I'm listening to you and thinking about, well, what I'm hearing is we're going to have to go back. There's no other way. I don't want to get off on my attitude about the state's involvement here. But there's no other way we're going to be able to accommodate the kind of RENA numbers that are given without changing the zoning of virtually every site that's certainly in the overlay and identifying others. And what that's probably going to require is that we're going to have to create a mixed-use zone that meets all those requirements, that 50% of the floor area has to be, go down that list. We can do that. So for me tonight, especially anticipating the next presentation, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to respond to a land value program that is focused, and the issues seem to be focused on exactly those small lots that are probably going to be rezoned anyway. And so like I say, I don't know whether to hit the brakes. I don't know whether to turn and go down a different road. I don't know what to do. And with all due, and I don't mean you, but I mean, the courts have common law. There's one case. I assume there are going to be others. I assume there's somebody out there. There's got to be somebody out there, some big developer, that's going down a list of how many communities have overlays like this that we'd be interested in developing it. And again, not to anticipate probably crossing Hermosa off. Well, they got that land value. We're not going to go there, when we can go to some of these other communities where the same opportunity is going to exist. So I guess I'm expressing frustration as much as I'm expressing a question. You're our director. You're our legal advisor. Tell me what to do. Do I put the brakes on? Do I hit the blinker? Do I turn on a different road? Do I just keep going, thinking I should pretend like the world is fine?
Well, so if you're on the 110, general speed of travel is at least 75 miles per hour in most lanes. So if you're going at 80, you're only a little bit ahead of the curve or of the pack. You're within range, right? And so I would say, again, based on my experience, seems to me like the city of Hermosa Beach is doing quite well in terms of housing element implementation. And that's really what I tried to underscore in my presentation. It's not just the housing production numbers, it's 13 programs that the city committed to working on, all of which have shown progress. So the fact that there are that there are areas where we're not quite at speed doesn't, in my view, create a threat of decertification. We are also, as the city attorney mentioned, one of probably hundreds of jurisdictions across the state of California who relied on HCD's guidance when we selected the rezoning strategy that we selected. And so, it may well be that after the holidays, it's not unusual for HCD to kind of start the year off with a bang and issue, some sort of formal guidance in response to this, in response to this court case. And we'll be ready for that, right? I mean, it's our duty to prepare for a variety of different scenarios, and then understand the landscape and be diligent in the work that we're doing to implement the housing element. I think the other important point that the city attorney just mentioned was the reality that even though I wasn't thinking about it as I was preparing this, as I was reading my presentation, I'm like, wow, this is the mid-cycle assessment. Like literally, as of next year, right, as we move into 2026, we will be beyond the midpoint. And so what we really will be doing is starting to think about the seventh cycle. In addition to thinking about the seventh cycle, as was discussed in the housing element, and you raised it before, we did commit to explore additional rezonings in the mixed use, creating a mixed use zone that could be applied to new areas. So all of those activities together, in my mind, create a roadmap for continued compliance with state law, kind of maintained certification of our housing element, with an eye towards, what our seventh cycle is going to look like.
Allison, and again, you know the context from which I'm presenting this is what the state has asked us to do. And forgive me for, I sound as cynical as this does. I feel a little bit now like, to make another bad metaphor, or like we're the coach of the Raiders. We've done all the drills, every one of those programs. We've done all the drills we're supposed to do. They're all in great shape. We're making progress. But then, as you said, the empirical evidence shows me we scored twice. Out of 380-some applications, we scored 2 points that count towards the score. The state's looking at us, you got to give me 300 plus affordable units below moderate, and we got 2. We've done it. The programs are great. Gee, you should have seen them at practice. And yet the reality is we're not doing well. If we're halfway through this halftime and we're in the locker room, I don't know what the pep talk is that I tell the guys, you're doing great. We're been outscored 370 to 2, and we've got to get to 500. The opponents have got 500. That's the goal they've set for.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like the Raiders.
The RENA numbers are targets, and our obligation is to plan. Our obligation through one of our programs, can't remember what number it is, we did field a couple of public sites that we said we were going to advance for affordable housing development. I feel that that is kind of, again, another metaphor, low-hanging fruit. If you really want to demonstrate the city's commitment to advance, housing opportunities for all in town, what we can do, what is in our control, is fielding one of those sites for development. We cannot control what neighbor X does on his property. We cannot control what any of those property owners who 4 years ago said they would be interested in having their properties on an inventory. We can't control that. What we can control is what we said we would do on lands which are owned by the city. And if there is a deep concern about not producing affordable units in town, that's a very concrete step that we can take.
Thank you.
And when you say there's a deep concern about doing it, again, I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
I said if.
The market is suggesting to me that nobody's interested in that, or virtually nobody's interested in that, and yet we're being mandated to do that. And the solution, and Mr. Flaherty's the expert on this, he could tell us every site in town the city owns and how it's used and what its potential is. I'm not sure in my own mind, is off the top of my head, the only property that the city has that I would classify as underutilized is right next door. Am I forgetting something, Mike?
No, and that one is on the list.
Yeah.
That one is on the list. The city, again, this could be a topic of much further discussion if the commission desires in the upcoming year. But I'd encourage us not to get bogged down in the numbers and kind of get, clearly there's a level of frustration with this. Well, no one is producing affordable housing. No, affordable housing developers produce affordable housing, and that's a certain production model that requires a certain set of circumstances, and the way that you engage affordable housing developers in a small town with high land values is by issuing a request for proposals for city-owned land. and that starts the ball rolling. That acquaints them with the town, that acquaints them with the administrative process, that acquaints everybody with what it takes to put a project together. And if there's an appetite to do that, we advance that.
Any more questions? Okay. Commissioner Flaherty?
Yeah, thank you, first of all, for your presentation. And eventually, if you could forward that, your actual document to us, I would appreciate it. That's a good outline.
Sure.
I do have some, you mentioned the ADUs. Pete and I were on the commission a dozen years ago, him a lot more than that. But one of the things was our arena numbers were a handful. I mean, we were looking at 1 year and looked at 2 units we had to produce. Now we're at 500 and some. So the ADU issue really, I think, makes sense. Are you able to capture ADUs who are built outside a certain date? Because ADUs have been built in this city, even though, okay.
No, we can't count them. We can't count them as new if we find them in the wild. We can
Okay.
only count them if they're constructed.
Well,
during the
I'm
cycle.
talking about ones that were constructed but outside the new time zone.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you have a certain records, the new clock started, let's just say 4 years ago or 3 years.
2021.
Yes. You can count them based on your records here, and that's what you're in the process of, and also categorizing them as low, moderate, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
And those numbers, in the deep of your mind, you have a feel for any number that would produce.
I'm not going to venture a guess.
Yeah, okay, you got it. Then, any one subject matter, and we're going to jump into the land recovery. If you took on that subject matter, or any subject matter, what's your time frame from start to finish? From the time you develop a package for us, the time it goes through us, the time it gets approved by the council, all that, what is the typical time frame? 4 months, 5 months?
No. Could be, let's just take the mixed-use zone and an assessment of
Yep.
additional areas for mixed-use zoning. That's easily a year. That's easily a year after a consultant is hired. So it's, as you all experienced going through the preparation of the housing element, kind of when you're standing up new programs and policies, it takes quite a lot of time.
Okay. That's all for right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Isant? None? Okay. Just a couple quick questions. I think the housing element number is 558. We're showing 384 in terms of progress. Do we have to be counting those? Are those net new? And do we have to be counting them as net new units?
We have presented the numbers as net new,
This is net new. Okay.
according to the reports that the city has submitted to HCD.
Okay. Thank you. And just actually to step back for a second, to echo what my fellow commissioners have said, thank you for the presentation. It's really interesting and useful for us to understand where we're tracking. So I appreciate the effort put into it. I'm curious, will we get further updates of this? Or should we expect cadence to be like annually or biannually in terms of how we hear about how we're tracking towards the housing element? What are your thoughts?
Would welcome suggestions on that. I think in a perfect world, using, so every year the city has to present their annual progress report to HCD, and the deadline is April 15th, or is that taxes? Somewhere around there, right? Early April, you have to submit every year. So ideally, we would couple the technical report that gets uploaded into their big database with a presentation and update on the progress, because that's essentially what we're doing it. Unfortunately, the massive spreadsheets that we're required to prepare for HCD are not terribly friendly or good at telling stories. So it would be good to do that, and we would be happy to do that.
I think it would be great to at least hear annually how we're progressing towards the housing element. And I think if you're suggesting April is when you present it to the state, before or after, it sounds like the right timing for me. Okay, great. In terms of the current housing element and the unit counts, you said we had buffer, but every time we approve a project that doesn't have housing or the housing that was on the list, we kind of eat into that buffer. Do you know where that buffer stands today?
I'm not going to venture a guess. Again, I've disclosed that our kryptonite at the moment is our accounting systems, and we're really working diligently to get those numbers. And as we move forward, perhaps by April of this year, we'll be sure to let you know. Because again, we don't really have an option of not rezoning. Like if we hit the red, then we must, and so it's an urgent activity for us to get the numbers sorted out.
Mm-hmm. I think this is my last question. So we met you in the report. You guys mentioned we're halfway through our current housing element, looking forward to 2029 when we have to get recertified. I suspect that we will start that process before 2029. It has to be certified in 2029. Do we know when the state is going to give us their RENA requirements?
So typically RENA, the state and the region will begin having those conversations, I would say, within the next 12 to 18 months. Right, that whole process will be happening, and then guidance will come out from HCD, let's just say in 2027, right? So by mid-2027, we're going to have the roadmap for what they're looking for, and then you're coupling that with whatever the RENA allocation is, and you're launching your process. So, right now, just, not to get off topic, but just to elaborate, we also have an urgent need to complete the zoning code update that was set aside as we were working on the housing element. So ideally, we have 2026 and 2027 to complete the zoning code update before we launch into our housing element update or the 7th cycle preparation. But that's a lot of advanced planning. I think there was a member of the public who was asking about resources. And one of the things we need to be mindful of is that this sort of technical work requires a certain skill set, a certain, type of planner or planners. And so we are, looking actively at strategies to address that so we can be successful.
All right, thank you. Director, I will look to you for guidance in terms of next steps here, because we have this as one item, and we have the item number 2 for the land value recapture. You suggested doing that presentation kind of immediately. So should I be opening this to public comment on this item and then we close that and go to the next item, or how?
So at this point, given that we've had a chance to have dialogue, the requested action on the report is to receive and file. If you wanted to take public comment, if there are public comments on this particular item after the presentation and the prior, we could take them now and then just move on to land value recapture.
All right, let's do that then. All right, so then I will open it up to public comment. If we have anyone in chambers, please approach the podium and state your name. Reminder, you have 3 minutes.
I won't speak that long. John David, first of all, thanks, Allison. That was really great. Before I go into all my comments on this, is that I just want you all to know what a great job she does. I've met with her a lot of times. We've met with her with other property owners, and I think we got a star. I do have a question for Allison. Is the ADU safe harbor law, which allows us to allocate low income, very low income, and moderate to ADUs. I think it's really valuable for us to meet arena numbers. I was really surprised at the last APR. Before Allison came, we had 7 ADUs and none were allocated. They were all market rate. So I was really surprised about it. So I'm very curious if we could retroactively go back to 2024 and just say, whoops, we made a mistake. And if at least we can grab some of those. So that would be my first question. My second comment is with regards to the overlays and the 50% requirement for residential. That we already embedded that into our code, into our zoning code. So our mixed use code actually requires us to have 50%. And I don't know I can't remember exact law, but a lot of this also applies to very low or lower income. That was the whole thing. A lot of it, Redondo Beach was lower income, but not market rate or moderate. What else? As far as Professor Hoffman, as far as your comment of not addressing land value capture because maybe it prevents a big developer from coming in, I think it does exactly the opposite. I don't want to go into details. You can speak if you'd like, but the land value capture program creates infeasibility with updates that happen on sites of 10 or fewer, with the definitional changes of housing for low, very low, and moderate income. And so we automatically, and the Cosman study showed that, so we kind of automatically created a problem with it. And the other thing is, if I was a big developer and I wanted to go in and build 50 units, it's easy to attack the land value capture program. They just have to prove infeasibility, and the burden's on you guys. So, what else? Coastal Commission. I think it's really important. I know it's kind of now we got more important things we're dealing with, but we've been dealing with it forever. So I'd like to see us moving forward with that. And my last comment is we just need to be realistic with this. We're never going to do that amount of low-income units. That's for certain. It's just not going to happen. I do think we have to give it a good try. But our programs have to be realistic. So I'll address that in the next land value capture, but it has to be based in realism, or you get what you get. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, David Graythan, Hermosa Beach, 8th Street. I'll react to some of the things I heard in the presentation, the discussion. A couple of specifics. Chair Hirsch, you may have been getting at this question. I don't know if it was about the sort of net zero thing, where if we develop properties differently than they were in the overlay, and maybe the answer was we'll get the answer later. Just anecdotally, I think I recall a property roughly by the old telephone building, roughly 900 First Street, and as I recall, I think that was one sort of good-sized fish that may have gotten away from us, so to speak. I remember kind of lamenting over that. They may have been grandfathered in for some reason or not. So I know that we have had some cases where we're going to have some catching up to do with that, and I would be interested in knowing how extensive that is when we have the data. I was also, it might have been program 9. There was a program that was among the highlighted programs that we need to get going on as part of our fortifying our status. And it had something with mixed use. And the question I was going to ask, and it may be moot and we'll answer it later, was how is it's about mixed use. I was trying to understand how that's different from the housing element overlay. and the extent to which it would overlap or be completely separate. Are there different objectives with that? I don't really know what that's about. I suppose I can go read the housing element and find out for myself there. But so I was just trying to understand what that was. And then just generally speaking, I can't resist kind of hopping on the metaphor bandwagon here about the going down the highway. And I think the thing is to kind of keep going at the speed we're going at. We need to be kind of looking around us as to, what adjustments we might have to make. But just to have a little fun with it, I think if you slam on the brakes, you might get rear-ended. And what I mean by that is something bad might happen. Maybe what would happen is we just found out that we were prematurely spending a lot of effort on plans and activities that in the end we find out aren't even really going where we need to go. I think that no matter what happens, there's always going to be some unknowns around the corner. Unfortunately, this just seems to be an ongoing thing. But for us to go out of our way to overly anticipate and then put a lot of work into something that may turn out that the state throws something completely different at us, I don't think that would be really productive. So that's my thoughts on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll see if there's anyone online.
There are 3 online guests wishing to speak.
If you can just please state your name.
Tony, you may speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be kind of blunt, but forgive me. Look, Commissioner Hoffman nailed it when he said we did all the right drills in practice, but we were getting, he didn't say this, blown out 370-2 in the low-income housing game. And Coach Becker is telling us not to get caught up in the numbers. I just don't know. We didn't get a clear answer on the HCD decertification risks. And the fact that at this point in the game, we don't know how much of a buffer we have remaining in each income category is simply astounding to me. It's astounding. Maybe you all can mull that over a little bit. Maybe I'm overreacting, and if so, I apologize. I thought the presentation was well paced and good, but there are unanswered questions. Also, now I'm putting my real bitch hat on. There wasn't, it may have been unintentional, but the characterization that the community objection to ADUs and JADUs was primarily a function of natural resistance to change couldn't be further from the truth. The resistance was based on the fact that there's very little on-site parking and they get parking exemptions. And population growth in areas where residential collector roads are already overloaded and we're subject to daily long stop sign queues. It was more things like that than just general resistance to change. And that kind of spin that it was just resistance to change doesn't really help. I recognize, and I have been the beneficiary of Ms. Becker's competence and hard work. So I don't want to ignore that, but work needs to be done. That's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Laura Pena.
Laura, you may speak. Oh, yep.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, Chair, Director, and staff. I appreciate you bringing the report forward. I would have been in chambers today, but unfortunately my voice decided to give out today. So I will try to speak as clearly as I can. As I look at the annual progress report, or this implementation status report, excuse me, it's important for all of us to speak very candidly about where the city is making progress and where we need to accelerate it. The statement that overall implementation is progressing well captures part of the picture, but there are several indicators in the development pipeline paired with implementation delays identified in the report that suggest we need a deeper, more transparent assessment. We are not alone. Many cities or small cities are struggling with similar issues. This is not a criticism of staff. These are challenges that are structural, not personal. But if we want to stay compliant, keep local control, and avoid state intervention, we need clarity about what is working and what needs attention. A few key areas. First, which units counted toward RENA are actually coming from the RENA sites identified in the housing element? If they are mostly coming from non-RENA sites, why? Understanding site-by-site progress will help us gauge whether our rezoned areas are functioning as intended. If you expand mixed-use zoning in our commercial areas, but there's no bite in our current ones, you need to understand why. Commissioner Hoffman's comment about only scoring 2, if he's talking about the 2 VLIs, the very low income, those applicants were submitted in 2024 with no traction or entitlement in the status report. Why? Second, what barriers are zone-based, coastal, economic, or procedural are discouraging more applications? We need to understand what is happening on the ground. Third, how do today's plan check and permitting timelines compare to what the city reported to HCD? It's very important that if there are bottlenecks in the system, we need to clear them. And finally, why are housing element programs behind schedule by some over 2 years? What corrective actions or additional resources do we need to apply to meet deadlines before the next APR? For example, the CUP streamlining is in the policy plan stating completion by end of 2024. It's now 2026. For each of these questions, it's intended to strengthen and not criticize. Hopefully this will help identify solutions, remove obstacles, streamline review, and build a clear action plan. If these issues are not addressed in a timely manner before the city submits its APR, our city may face unintended consequences and challenges none of us want. I'm confident that with transparency and data-driven decision-making and continued collaboration, like maybe a development review subcommittee like our economic development strategy suggested years ago, between staff, the commission, and community stakeholders, our city can stay ahead of the challenges, maintain local control over how and where housing is developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen, you may speak.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this informative presentation. I apologize, my comments might be more better geared towards the public comment versus on the specifics of this, but I'd just like to speak in favor of the low-income housing numbers you mentioned and first highlight why I think they're needed. So in Hermosa Beach, it just seems like traffic patterns are backwards. I was looking at the Plan Hermosa document, and 90% of the 4,800 folks who work in Hermosa Beach commute from outside Hermosa Beach. To contrast that, 80% of our residents commute by car out of the city for their work. So not only does this add to car traffic and parking burden in our city, but these figures highlight that working here does not pay a wage for folks to live here. These are the people that make Hermosa Hermosa, that work day to day in our shops and restaurants, that keep our cities going. Workers are the backbone of our town. Allowing them to live here would reduce traffic and enable them to enjoy the town that they contribute towards. So I'd just like to throw my hat in the ring and look into a couple creative solutions that might help us get housing density. The first is adopting residential over retail. after the extensive comments about overlay zoning, I don't know if it would be allowed or if it would be permitted per California laws like SB 6 or AB 2011. I'd defer to the experts on this. But residential over retail is how many cities standardly operate in Europe and on the East Coast. It encourages community, local shopping, walkability, reduces traffic, contributes to the feel of the city. I would personally love to live over Mickey's, for example. And then another solution, which is actually being adopted in some form in Redondo Beach. They're looking at reducing parking minimum requirements. Redondo Beach on Artesian Aviation is doing that with non-residential building. But if we were to do that with residential building here, it would be able to make buildings more affordable for those who don't have cars. And it would also add density without adding as much height because they wouldn't have to account for having a parking garage on the ground level. And I think that as the region expands public transit with projects like the Sea Line extension of Torrance, the need for cars would be reduced in the coming years. So I'm not sure that the parking requirements would be as needed as we look to the future. So just want to reiterate again, thank you for the work you've been doing, and also thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you.
There are no further online guest speakers.
Okay. Do any of my fellow commissioners have further questions of staff before we close the public comment portion of the hearing?
No.
No? Okay. I will close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring back the matter back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. Does anybody want to deliberate any further, or do I have a motion to, or make a motion to adopt the plan?
Move staff rec to receive and file.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Can I have a vote?
Commissioner McNally,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Aye.
Commissioner Flaherty,
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant,
Yes.
Chairperson Hirsch.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 5B, discussion of land value recapture ordinance, a program of the 2021 to 2029 certified housing element, case number 25-CDD-077. Do we have a staff report?
We do. I'll just wait a second for, okay. So I'm pinch hitting for Alexis Oropeza, so excuse me if I'm not quite as prepared for this one. But tonight we're here to discuss the land value recapture ordinance, specifically as it relates to small lots. At the March 25th City Council meeting, Council directed staff to bring this matter to you for review and recommendation. So tonight we're asking the Planning Commission to receive the staff report, hear input from the public, and then make a recommendation to City Council through staff on if and how to proceed. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to start with the basics. Land value recapture is founded on a straightforward principle that when the city takes specific actions that increase a property's value, such as rezoning, a portion of that increased value should be captured for public benefit, particularly, in this case, affordable housing. This is one of the key policy programs in our 2021-2029 housing element, which was adopted to address the city's affordable housing needs. Next slide, please. The City Council adopted the Land Value Recapture Ordinance January 23, 2024, and it became effective on August 1st, 2024, when the housing element was certified by state HCD. Importantly, HCD emphasized in their certification letter that they expected timely and effective implementation of all programs, including land value recapture. The HCD letter also established an expectation that we evaluate this program biannually, every 2 years. So in fact, this review is not only responsive to council direction, but also aligns with HCD expectations. Next slide, please. So here's how our LVR ordinance is structured. It applies to properties on our housing element inventory that were rezoned HE overlay. These properties previously were zoned for non-residential uses only, but the overlay now allows residential and mixed-use development. When these properties develop residential projects, they must either include affordable units or pay an LVR fee. The fee is waived if the development includes 15% very low, 15% low, or 25% moderate income units. Next slide, please. Council established a two-tier fee structure designed to recognize the difference between smaller and larger development parcels. For Tier 1, lots with 4 or fewer units have a fee of $76 per square foot, and Tier 2 for lots with 5 or more units, $104 per square foot. The fees were calculated to equal the cost of creating affordable housing on site. Revenue collected goes towards developing affordable housing locally, either through development subsidies, converting existing units to affordable housing, or even contributing to the South Bay Regional Housing Trust Fund. Next slide, please. So the fee structure was intentionally designed to incentivize building affordable housing rather than paying a fee. For this reason, council imposed costs higher than originally proposed in the Cosmont Company's analysis. That analysis showed that even with a Tier 1 fee, small lot developments could maintain approximately 12% return on investment, which was deemed financially viable for typical developers. Next slide, please. As of August 2025, the housing element was certified for a year, and we're in the 5th year now of implementing our housing element. And the city has continued making progress on new housing units, but all of the new units remain market rate. To date, no entitlement applications have been submitted on housing element overlay sites that either include affordable units or require payment of LVR fees. Next slide, please. So the small lots, the Tier 1 lots, represent a significant portion of our HE overlay inventory, comprising 25% essentially of the 558 units that we're responsible for accommodating during the housing element cycle. So if you break that down by income category, the small lots account for about 16 very low income units, 27 low income units, 84 moderate income units, and 10 above moderate units, for a total of 137 units. Next slide, please. So staff is presenting 5 possible recommendations for your consideration tonight. The Planning Commission may also take some other action or make another recommendation. Option A would be to maintain the current regulations without change and commit to a reevaluation next fall, perhaps with an updated economic feasibility analysis. Option B, exempt the smallest lots, those with minimum density of 1 or 2 units, from any required LVR fee. Another option, direct staff to assess the economic feasibility of additional fee tiers within the small lot category. Option D, direct staff to explore zoning regulations that could encourage residential development on small lots from the inventory. And last but not least, implement a temporary 18-month fee reduction for projects building to minimum required density on small lots, and then actively promote that program to affected property owners. Next slide, please. So as you think about it tonight, we'd like to encourage you to think specifically about a couple of things. The project has been, the program has been in effect for 1 year, and there hasn't been any uptake on overlay sites. We heard about that at the last item. Now, this could be market conditions. It could be feasibility, it could be timing. There's lots of reasons beyond a simple fee, which may be causing the no uptake. We also intentionally designed the fees to incentivize on-site affordable housing construction instead of paying a fee. So they are structured in a way to deliver units instead of collect fees. And finally, the other thing to just bear in mind is that the small lots in our land inventory do account for almost a quarter of the total RENA number. Next slide, please. So following tonight's discussion, your recommendation will present your recommendations back to City Council. It may also be necessary to consult with HCD to make sure that we're not triggering a mid-cycle revision, which would necessitate formal review from HCD. And at this time, this concludes my staff report. We can open the public comment unless you have questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will start with seeing if any of my fellow commissioners have questions for staff on the presentation, and I will start this way. So I'll start with Commissioner Flaherty.
Could you define small lots a little more than tier 1, tier 2? Could you give me a square footage or a size of some sort?
Let's say less than 3,000.
Less than 3,000. As a typical lot on Upper Pier Avenue, what's the square footage?
I am sure there is at least one property owner who could say, but off the top of my head, I cannot.
Okay, I'll ask him when he comes to the mic. Is there? I'm good for right now, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Izant.
Just a couple of questions of clarification. Before the overlay zone was put on, and let's use Upper Pier Avenue as an example, maybe even 411 Pier Avenue or something like that. But one of those nice businesses. They had certain rights based on the zoning that we had there at the time. Now, did that zoning allow them, if they wanted to build a second story and then put in something such as office space or walk-up services or something?
Yes.
And with the overlay, that has not changed. They still have that right to do non-housing on a second story level if they so deem it financially feasible.
Correct.
If the fee was entirely eliminated for small lots and they wanted to build residential, are they just allowed to then build market rate residential? Or are they required to build, let's call it lower moderate income residential and sell it for that particular price or rent it for that price based on the LA County guidelines for cost versus income? That's really a two-part question, I guess. Sorry.
It is, and it's a provocative question. I'm not sure I have a full answer. The housing inventory, the sites in inventory, as we talked about in the last on the last item, it does kind of allocate units across properties, right? So there is a likelihood, as I just mentioned, that at any particular site might have allocated a low-income unit on it in which case the city would encourage the production of a unit which was consistent with what had been allocated. But I'm not clear, maybe this is a city attorney question, I'm not clear if we could compel the production of a low-income unit that's been allocated to a particular parcel.
Counselor, can you weigh in on that, or?
I believe Director Becker's first impression is correct. There's not much the city can do to compel unless, for example, we have an existing deed restriction or we're looking at other mechanisms under different areas of state law, such as the no loss of affordable units under state law requirement, which we have discussed here before. Otherwise, much like Director Becker already mentioned, the housing element is a planning and policy document, and we can very heavily encourage folks, especially folks who have said that they have no problem being on a site's inventory list. We can, very heavily encourage them to build that affordable housing, but truly, the city is very limited in its ability to compel that kind of construction. And I think that's, one of the motivations behind the LVR program, which is before you tonight.
All right, so just to paraphrase what I thought I heard you say, in that upper pier area, if the landlord, if they did not have the the recapture, land value recapture, and they wanted to build housing on their second level, the city cannot compel them, and they are able to go ahead and build market rate housing. Is that at least a preliminary assessment? I'll say preliminary because time may cause a reevaluation, but for tonight, for this moment.
And I appreciate you translating my legalese into one sentence that makes sense. Yes, that is correct.
No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner McNally?
Since the land value recapture ordinance was stated, have we had enforced in any way? Has there been anyone who's moved forward with a property under these circumstances?
That has paid a fee, no. That
And
has developed
do we
a
have-
mixed-use project, no.
And do we have any applications or anybody we would believe would be motivated to do it under these circumstances?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hoffman?
Excuse me, to follow up on Commissioner Eizan's question, I mean, that's in a sense exactly what the land value captures program has, these tiers and charges, is to encourage the development of that, but we can't mandate it, right? I mean, if you build affordable, you don't pay this, that's the whole point. But with regard to that, the question of how we calculated that fee, $76, well, that's the cost it would be to construct affordable housing or low-income housing or whatever. That can't, if that's the case, then we really need to revise this. When we did the calculations, Commissioner Rice was on here, Commissioner Peterson was on here, both of which commented on this. I mean, we were talking, and I remember asking specifically one of the realtor developers that was in town, give me a figure for the cost of construction of, and he said $400. Well, now I'm reading everything's telling me at least $600 if we're building market rate housing. $76 can't amount to, I don't know what that figure, where that came from now, nor 100 for that matter. So if nothing else, it seems to me we're compelled to look at those figures given, and I guess that's why, everything says we need to look at this on a periodic level. Those numbers don't make sense anymore. If they're really serious about it, we're going to use those to construct. If, for example, the city were to designate a property to build housing in some kind of a public-private partnership or whatever, if our contribution is $76 a square foot, we're not meeting probably half the cost of that construction. Or am I misunderstanding these figures?
I don't think you're misunderstanding the figures, and thank you for just kind of creating a spotlight on the point. I mean, if in the construction, the last 2 years have seen incredible changes in the construction market. Price escalations are very common. Tariffs are, kind of creating impacts. I mean, there's the economic environment has changed considerably since the fees were set. I think one of the ways to think about a pot of funds for affordable housing development is that public subsidies never entirely cover the cost of an affordable housing unit. So what you're really looking to fill is the delta, right? The difference between what can be raised from reliable sources and then what's missing. And so in the case of the fees that have been established, clearly at this point, you would be looking to use those fees in that way.
Just one question. Can you refresh on the fee structure, the 76 and the 104, I believe? Yeah. That's based on a per square foot for the entirety of the project or for just the residential component of the project?
Ooh. Do you know that? I'm going to ask, what do you call for assistance from a friend? What is that? There's a game that does that. What do you think, Jake?
Sure. So we have set a fee structure. Tier 1 projects are charged $76 per square foot. Tier 2 are $104 per square foot. We're talking about this in commercial zones that would incorporate mixed-use projects. Mm-hmm. Is the fee structure based on the residential portion of the program only, or on the entire redevelopment program?
Go quick look into that. If you have any further questions, I can come back to that.
Okay. I don't have further questions. So I guess right now we can, unless anyone else has further questions, we can open it up for the public comment portion of the hearing. As a reminder, you have 3 minutes, so please state your name when you approach the podium.
Before we start, can I answer the question without giving up my time?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Ask a question. That's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Your question was about Upper Pier and the size of the lots. Mm-hmm. So specifically, I think almost every lot up there, at least on the north side, is 3,300 square feet. For the site element, the site, what do you call it? Site inventory.
Housing element.
The site inventory and the housing element, ones that were able to be consolidated because they're under single ownership. So if you have multiple sites under single ownership, they had an allocation, so they could be 9,000 square feet, and they had allocations of moderate. There are some sites up there that are 3,200 square feet under single ownership, and those are on the housing element for market rate. So they're still part of the program, which I don't think they should be, but they're on for market rate because HCD said that's not allowable. They wouldn't let us put it on for anything but market. So, the building, the amount. So yeah, it's the 76 and the 104, I think it is only for the new square footage. So, okay, you can start the clock.
Now we'll start the clock.
Sounds great. It's getting late. I got my
And
glasses.
I don't know if you stated your name, so for the record.
Oh yeah, sure. John David. So I just want to say I do have prepared speech. I'm frustrated with the mandates from Sacramento. Broadsword, they don't make any sense. But I'm also frustrated with the land value capture and the way it was implemented. It's also as detached as from reality as the state mandates. It makes 4 false assumptions. First is that there's high demand from commercial property owners. Second is it's a windfall. There's a windfall to commercial property owners that can be captured without collapsing demand. Number 3 is the public needs to capture the benefit from rezoning, and that's all about equity. The fourth is that the program has a paper exercise and can be detached from reality. I think Read on the Beach showed the opposite. So I'm going to address each of those sequentially. I don't know if you can hear me. One is there was demand. Back in 2022, 2023, there was demand. The LVR program collapsed it. I know people that had applications that were ready to go, all excited about it. Program happened, done, wastebasket. You cannot overcome the lack of demand or inertia unless you give people a reason to do it. You need carrots, not sticks. We're never going to make those numbers without carrots. So the other thing is the windfall. It's really easy to look at rising residential property rates, property values, and assume commercial properties are going to line up for that. Unless you're standing in their shoes, ask questions openly. It's a nice but false narrative. You cannot ignore the economic reality, especially in the postage stamp size lots in the coastal zones with existing uses. You can't expect to add big additional fees, or in many cases, any additional fees that size that, and expect it's not going to collapse demand. The other part is the the value capture. I think we need to be clear. The rezoning was compliant zoning. It was to remain local control. It's something that we had to do. The public got value through those rezoning. And they'll continue to get value through property taxes. And the last is paper exercise. I don't think I have to go into that because we already know that. Truth is, we're never going to meet our RHNA goals. I shouldn't say never, but I don't see how it's possible to meet particularly our lower income RHNA goals. We still have to try, but we need carrots, not sticks. In the real world, you know this, Commissioner Hurst, low-income housing gets built through density bonus, tax incentives, government financing, government partnerships. They don't get built through land value recapture. And those only work on very large sites, all that, except for the density bonus, which, by the way, the small lots, the very small lots can't, they're not eligible for that. The small properties, they have unique challenges, and they need tailwinds, not headwinds. Otherwise, what we're doing is we're just opening up the door for big developers, because if a small property owners can't do anything with them, and big developers come in and say, hey, I can do something, I can consolidate, I'm afraid we're going to lose the character of our downtown, and I don't think anybody wants that to happen. So, as I said before, is HCD would not allow us to use our very small lots under single ownership for affordable housing. That's why they're there for market rate. If you look on the site map, there's a little bunch of green on Upper Pier. That's all market rate because that's all that is reasonable. And for some reason, Hermosa Beach has to say it is reasonable. So tonight, I urge you to remove the small lots, the very small lots from the program. This is what City Council had expressed and was originally recommended by the previous staff, Director Tai. And then I also would like to see the whole program eliminated. I know it's a tall order, but if you can't do that, at least go look at removing 10 units or under. And that 10 units is specifically because, as I said, the state has redefined. I know I have to go. So anyhow, but I think it's actually important for you. The state has redefined what
if you can just wrap it up, please.
Sure, okay, no problem. Lastly, let's focus on creating supportive incentives for housing, low-income housing, instead of things that don't work. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak on this item?
John Berry, good evening. I'd like to say thank you to Mike Flaherty for the Veterans Day Memorial, which might be the most valuable small lot redevelopment in the city. Small lot LVR, at this point in the journey, to use Mr. Hoffman's metaphor, is like going past the cop at 90 miles an hour whilst flipping the bird and texting with the other hand. And this is a difficult conversation now, so we should be a little careful because Leo Postilnikov is watching. and his lawyers are watching, and the sharks smell blood in the water. And I promise you, there are small lot potential developers in this town who are so frustrated that they might just throw some chum in the water. Because it's becoming increasingly clear that the courts will judge our housing element and LVR as part of our housing
Recording
element.
in progress.
And the feasibility of it on the output, not on the claimed intent. And even Cosmont didn't really intend LVR on the small lots to turn out like this. So if our defense is we hired some experts, well, the response is going to be, yeah, and you didn't listen to them. You ignored them, and you ignored your own staff. And this is, I'm not directing this at you, planning commissioners. I'm directing it at council, who ignored the recommendations and raised the fees for small lot LVR. So my plea to you guys is that next time you're faced with a council who try to showboat with some kind of misguided ideology on real estate economics that they don't even understand, give them a smack round the head and tell them to focus on driving and not texting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers that wants to speak?
David Graythan, Hermosa Beach. So I'm trying to understand how reducing or eliminating the LVR, what that would do to further our goals of providing housing, especially lower income housing. And one mechanism that hasn't been explained is if someone does pay the LVR, I don't know how that goes, to some trust fund, and then that's used later to build housing. So I don't know if we've actually quantified how a given fee level would translate into an equivalent amount of housing added. I think that would be a good metric for us to do the analysis. Because otherwise, I don't know. This is pretty complicated, and it seems the devil is in the details as far as knowing where exactly to set these levels versus too high versus too low. And then when you did try to set those levels, if you set them lower, then maybe you would get, more volume, right? And so like in business, if you want to maximize profit, it's per unit times quantity. So, would we end up doing better if we got more quantity at a lower value? I don't know the answer to that. What I also don't understand is it seems like if there's no problem just ignoring the existence of the overlay and the LVR, people can just go about their business as it is. I don't quite understand why there's an expectation that this program, which is to encourage housing. Oh, and another point, we're getting metrics that are saying we're doing okay on the market rate or the higher income housing and not the lower. So I understand the argument that, well, this could get us more housing in general, and there's a ripple effect, kind of a spillover effect, and I know people are also making economic development arguments as well. But I think the intent of the program is not economic development, it's housing, and I think for what we need in Hermosa, it's to help us with the lower income housing. And I just don't know if this program in the end is going to help us one way or the other, but I don't see how some of the additional asks that are being made, if those are really appropriate. I know I may not make a lot of friends saying that, but I'm just looking at this and trying to analyze it, as best I can, and it's just not quite adding up for me. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll see if there's anyone online.
There are 2 online guests wishing to speak. Laura, you may speak.
Hi, Laura Pena. I want to start with a true story. In our downtown, there is a small business owner, the kind of person who opens up early, stays late, knows their customer name. 20 years ago, this owner built a second story above his shop. Not a big development, just a modest addition. The second story is still just a shell, unfinished, unoccupied, unused for 2 decades. It's not because the owner didn't want to finish it, but because our policies made it impossible. If anybody wants to understand the heart of the discussion on small lots, that empty second story is the truest feasibility study our city has ever produced. Now, staff had confirmed the reality 1 year in. Not one LVR triggered project, not one affordable unit, not one mixed-use project on our housing element site map. Staff acknowledges the importance of reevaluating the program, yet the options suggest if we just kind of tweak the fee maybe slightly, will spark development. Small property owners do not take on multi-year projects with 6-figure risk because the fee is lowered from impossible to slightly less impossible. Staff has given you options, but the only one that confronts reality is B. That's the only one consistent with reality. Options A, C, and E are half measures. They tinker, they postpone. They are incompatible with small lot development. And option D, exploring ways to encourage small lot development, cannot succeed while the LVR fee remains. This moment has real urgency because of what's happening next door. As our director said, small lots represent nearly 25% of the housing element capacity. If these sites are not feasible, then our housing element sits on very thin ice. Just as Redondo, their housing element was certified, they thought their program complied, but the court said paper zoning is not enough. Housing must be realistically buildable, not hypothetically possible. And that is why these small lot decisions matter right now, not next fall, not after one more study, right now. Small business owners, the ones who embody our small town character, should not have to navigate fees and hurdle designed for large developments. The small lot exemption is not about giving anyone a break. It's about recognizing reality. It's about aligning our policy with the scale, the character, and the economics of our downtown. So I just want to end with this. If we don't act now, if we keep our policies that look supportive but function like walls, the next 20 years will echo with more empty shells, more dark windows, and it's not because people didn't want to build or renovate. It's because their city quietly told them not to try. Now, that is a loss that should make everyone shudder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy, you may speak.
Hi, Nancy Schwabhack. I'm grateful that our current regime is making a point to listen to our stakeholders. Thank you, Allison and Commission. To that point, the city hired Cosmont to, among other things, theorize about development needs, costs, and revenues in our little city, then proceeded to ignore them. Council rejected Cosmont's and staff's recommendation to exempt small lots from the LVR. A council member pronounced, out of nowhere, as I could see it, we don't need more housing in Hermosa Beach. We need more affordable housing. Well, according to Director Tsai in that very meeting, that's not true. HCD frowns upon barriers to any housing. And this LVR, particularly as it impacts small lots, is a barrier to to any housing. So I hope that you will, in the future, instead of hiring or in addition to hiring expensive outsiders, lean on our stakeholders. I'm thinking an open dialogue with property owners, including small and large lot owners. John David is a very thoughtful person with a lot of experience. He wrote a very thoughtful letter. Claudia Berman submitted a detailed set of recommendations based on her impressive experience. Reach out to Frank Buckley at Marlin Equity, just down the street. As the developer of High Rose, they clearly understand what it takes to make affordable housing financially viable. In that case, using density bonus, which, as John David indicated, is just not available in most of our little community, absent massive consolidation. And then reach out to Peter Nolan. According to his family office website, they own 20,000 square feet of pier adjacent property. What would it take for Peter Nolan's family office to develop new housing, including affordable housing? In this specific instance, it seems to make sense to go back to Cosmons and staff's initial recommendation and listen to the stakeholders and exempt small lots. Then, when resources permit, utilize stakeholder local expertise, which is impressive, to further refine or eliminate this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online?
There are no further online guests wishing to speak.
Okay, before I close the public comment portion of this hearing, do we have any further questions of staff on the staff report? All right, seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the commission for deliberation and discussion. So I forget where I started last time, but Commissioner Flaherty has his hand raised, so we'll start with you.
I just want to go back and for myself to remind myself, when this city has dozens of legal non-conforming commercial residential units spread throughout the city that were built in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. Most of them without any parking whatsoever. Pier Avenue has a handful. PCH has a handful. So the idea that commercial and residential may be a problem, the history speaks for that. During my first term as commission, I reissued new regulations for commercial and residential, and it was all based on our effort to revitalize the commercial area. That was the theory behind having residential. It was a rebuilding of Upper Pier Avenue. It was the rebuilding of some commercial areas. It was encouraged by the Chamber of Commerce. All that happened. But during the years that we had, I think we probably had half a dozen units over the last, say, 10 years. A large percentage of them got built, but a larger percentage of them are violating the code. They didn't enhance the commercial. They only enhanced the residential. We saw that a couple meetings ago where we were discussing Hermosa Avenue. Prior to that, the one at Hermosa and Linden had some major problems with it. The house next door to the one we just approved near First Street has advertised residential on both upper and lower floors. So I really don't have a problem with continuing the program of enhancing the commercial by having the residential portion of it. And I'll go ahead and say that I have no problem removing the recapture money at all on small lots. The only issue I would have is, do we do it permanently or 18 months as recommended by staff? So, but there has to be a way to deal with, if this is done to enhance two things. One, no, it's no longer just enhancing the commercial area by revitalizing it. It's completing some RENA requirements. And as we discussed earlier, there is not going to be the ability to require low-income housing. So whatever is being built, it's up to the builder to make that decision. If you eliminate this fee, there is no carrot that way. So my impression is, I really truly appreciate the director giving us the 5 different recommendations, and I'm more inclined to do D and E together. So that would be my, but I do think there has to be some accountability to anybody that builds residential on top of commercial, that they maintain the commercial. This is it was all about enhancing the commercial. It wasn't, we didn't have arena requirement then for 500 houses. We didn't have any of those requirements that we're facing now. So we're frustrated over it may not be low-income housing. I think we can travel down the same road. We still have to complete housing. We still have to accomplish a lot of housing, whether we accomplish this. I also believe the director is right on point. The only way we're going to increase low-income housing is to do it ourselves. So that's my point of view, and I appreciate your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Izant?
Thank you, Chair Harris. Sometimes it just all comes down to money. So, and I hate to pick on poor old Upper Pier, and I'll even say on both the north side and the south side of Upper Pier, we've talked about strengthening. Before we put the overlay on the north and south side, the owners of those properties were free to do whatever they wanted to that they felt made economic sense. But except for some office buildings, there hasn't been a lot of development on the north and south side of Upper Pier. Maybe there's some other barriers to entry, partially the city's fault, but there hasn't been a lot of development. So setting aside the issue of housing for a moment, what I see is that this overlay has created an economic benefit for those who wish to take advantage of it. And consequently, what I've heard a number of people say is, for small lots, eliminate LVR entirely. That means then that the owner captures 100% of an action by the city. And I cannot support just giving away 100%. Now, $70 a square foot, probably the wrong number. Maybe even 60 is too high. So I would support retaining an LVR number for small lots, but significantly lower than the $70 now. I do also agree, though, that, and Lord knows I hate to hire more consultants and involve more committees, but the setting that we have right here is not conducive for solving the problem that we have in terms of some realistic approaches to the housing that we need. And so consequently, I would support D, exploring zoning regulations that could encourage development. I would also, let's see, where is that? I'm sorry, I'm looking there. Well, along with D, let's call it an enhanced D. I would support the idea of that, whether it's a couple of architects, some landowners that are directly involved, a couple of commissioners, a couple of city council folks, that can sit down in a public setting and really hash out what would be an incentive to help achieve the goals that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner McNally?
The land value recaption came to the City Council in March of 2025, and that was prior to my experience here on the commission. So I've spent a great deal of time understanding where this came from and how it worked and the recommendations from others. But as a homeowner and someone who has owned businesses from San Francisco, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, I just can't even fathom another hurdle, restriction, cost to come my way. So if I had my way, I would like to see this go away completely forever. But I don't believe that that's really the direction we're heading. I feel as though the tide is really focused on small lots and providing opportunities for that small area. And I believe that's where I'll probably find my ground.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman?
A couple of things as I'm listening to my fellow commissioners and thinking about everything we've heard tonight. I guess the first thing is, I've only been involved in urban planning for a little over 50 years. I've never, ever, until about the last year or two, ever heard the term land value recapture. It's called land value capture. Your property taxes are land value capture. If you have an assessment when they underground your lights, that's a value capture. Captures directly. The situation why I guess we invented a new term for this is something imposed upon property owners without their participation. I live in one of the districts in town here that was very fortunate that we did an undergrounding. We voted on that. We initiated it. That is, the residents initiated. We essentially agreed to tax ourselves for the benefit of this improvement in the infrastructure. Same things happened in a couple of other locations in town. When the city comes in and paves our street and replaces our sewers, which they've done, it gets reflected in our property values going up, and the city gets the money back in property tax. I think Mr. David mentioned this whole idea. The reason, again, we've created this term recapture, I hate to say it, to me, it's a politically correct way of suggesting to you, we're adding a new tax to you without your participation or support for it necessarily, and we're imposing it upon you in a way that there's this hypothetical value that somehow you're going to recognize at some point. Now, I get the theory of it. Again, I hate to go back to where we were the previous discussion. The reality is, though, the idea that we're generating money, whether it's enough for, I'm looking at the $76, I assume that had to have come from saying, well, it costs roughly $150, we'll split it in half. I don't know how else you come up with an odd number for this. The same thing with the 104. They must have come up with, well, it's 208 or 210, we'll cut it in half. The home or the property owner will pay, their fair share, half of that cost that we can then use to somehow create affordable housing. The problem, of course, as has been discussed in the previous section, so far it's generated exactly zero money for the construction of low-income housing. I hate, again, you're always reluctant in a public forum. It's been a failure if that's the goal. And the goal was not, I don't think the goal was intentionally to punish our small property owners in Upper Pier and the others. The goal was to try and see, can we generate some revenue from this that we can use to construct? They're not going to do it. It's interesting, if you read the Cosmot report, it suggests about feasibility. In other words, it's possible this could happen. But if you quote that, it says the inclusion this is not an evaluation of what market can bear. It goes on, the inclusion, it's going to have a negative impact. I mean, they're honest about this. To suggest that it said it's feasible is a different thing than saying that we're predicting it's going to occur. My sense of this is, but we're in the context of we've got to address the arena. My response to this then is this program failed. This is program 7, remember, in our programs to accomplish the arena numbers. I would say, well, it hasn't worked. Let's get rid of that, at least for the small lot properties. And again, we keep saying Upper Pier, but it's all of them, of course. And then let's look at whoops, timing out on me here. The D was recommend the City Council direct staff to explore zoning regulations that encourage development of residential units on small lots. Well, as Commissioner Flaherty has suggested, and I was on a committee decades ago when we did the revisions on Upper Pier, we all envisioned, if you see the renderings that were done for that project, they all included a second story on Upper Pier. The argument in those days is we want personal services and we want the doctors and we want those things upstairs. We want the retail, we want the window shopping, we want the things that are going to, to animate the streetscape on the ground floor. That didn't occur to us that we should have residential up there, but as Commissioner Flaherty says, we're just going back. This is one of those things where they call it new urbanism. We're going back to the way it was in the 1920s and 30s and before, when that's what we had in our downtowns. I have no problem with that. I think that's the spirit, maybe, of item D. So I'm looking at, let's not, and then one last point. One of our programs, number 12, remove government constraints. Well, it appears to me that land value, I stumble over it, land value capture has in fact become a constraint on the development of residential properties on Upper Rear. And we've got to build them now. The market is not, it's interesting. One last point, I keep saying that. The other point, though, is our director pointed out, property values have actually gone down for most of us in Hermosa Beach. The cost of construction has gone way up. Interest rates for loans and so forth have gone up. The market's terrible right now compared to what it has been through most of our adult lives. And yet, what was it, 380 projects have been initiated. It's not like we're not going to build housing, but we're not going to build low-income housing, and we're certainly not going to build low-income housing, below market rate housing, on small lots of 3,000 square feet with commercial ground floor. That's not going to solve our problem. And related to that, the idea that we're looking for, it's interesting, my experience on this commission, most people at Hermosa Beach aren't inclined to advocate for the consolidation of properties into larger lots. We don't want big apartment buildings. We want to maintain the small, eclectic character that we have precipitated by the lots that we have, especially in the sand section. Now, on the east side, we're going to look at a project, if we ever get to our regular meeting today, it's on a huge lot. That's a different scenario, but it's residential property. That's where the accessory dwelling units and those kinds of things can help us address some of this. So my inclination is to suggest to our council that we exempt the small lots, and then we encourage staff to develop a program that will in fact actually effectively accomplish what the goal is.
Thank you. My thoughts on the land value recapture program are, it was approved in March and it's November. So we're less than a year into this program and we're trying to decide whether it's a success or a failure. And I don't think we've had enough time to truly evaluate that. I also respect that the idea of the land value capture program was because we were providing zoning flexibility for lots that previously didn't have it. So we're creating value for those property owners in return for hopefully trying to meet our RENA numbers on our low-income housing units. So completely eliminating the program doesn't seem to me that it achieves that objective. I appreciate Commissioner Flaherty's comments about, how do we do mixed use responsibly, especially if we're thinking about small lots. How do we not forget what the commercial on the ground floor and making it an asset to the property. I think that that's something that staff really needs to think through as we continue to talk about what does the redevelopment of small lots look like. I am not in a position where I would feel comfortable recommending to the city council to significantly modify the land value recapture program. However, I do agree with, I think, a good amount of my fellow commissioners in terms of the options that staff has clearly laid out. I appreciate you guys putting some thought into this to help us come to a conclusion here. But I think item number D, recommend the city council direct staff to explore zoning regulations that could encourage development on small lots. And I came into this conversation thinking B was reasonable. If you've got why would we overburden the very small lots that can only put 1 to 2 units on their property with this fee? If that becomes 50 to 100% of their property has to be affordable housing or have the fee incurred, and that seems out of proportion to me. So I would also be inclined to support B, and we could do a temporary pause or we could recommend a temporary pause for up to 18 months for small lots to see where that gets us. So that's a long way of saying I like all of the ideas, but I do also like the general structure of the land value recapture program. I think it's important in the city trying to achieve our long-term goals of providing affordable units in the city. So, any other debate?
So a question of clarification. When you first were talking about land value recapture, which would be E, I thought you were initially supporting the idea of maintaining that, but at a lower dollar amount. But at the very end, it sounded like that you wanted to eliminate it totally for 18 months.
Only item number B says, we can exempt the smallest lots that can only provide 1 to 2 units from having to pay a land value recapture fee. If you look further on in this report, or further forward, I forget where it is here, but it talks about the 15% low income, the 15% very low income, or the 25% moderate income units. And then when you take a property that can only provide 1 or 2 units, that's out of proportion to the rest of the idea around capturing fees for land value recapture.
Chair, let me try a motion, see if it gathers any interest. So I move that we recommend to the City Council item B, which is to exempt smaller lots with a minimum density of 1 to 2 units. That also D, to direct staff to explore zoning regulations that could encourage development of residential units. And E, a temporary fee reduction for 18 months. I'm going to suggest 24 months, and I'm just going to arbitrarily say $40. So that's my motion.
Just to clarify with staff or legal for your motion, when we first talked about the land value recapture program, we did not opine on fees. That was left to City Council, if I recall correctly. So should we be setting fee targets at this? Recommending fee targets. That's a question.
Just for the record, Chair Hirsch, to clarify the staff report, and I think you just, as you were gathering your thoughts and kind of talking about how long the program has been in place. The program has actually been in place since 2024, since July of 2024, right? So it's been a year and a half now. And the request from council to study came in March.
Thank you for the clarification.
Well, it was adopted in January 2024, but it didn't go into effect until the housing element was certified, and that was the trigger for the implementation timeline.
And the certification of the housing element was?
In July 2024.
Madam Chair, just the way I read B is in conflict with E.
Yeah.
So I know that you coupled the B and E, or one of you guys coupled E and B together.
My intent is that E would apply to anything where three units or greater. One or two units are totally exempt.
Okay, so
So, yeah, staff to correct me if I'm wrong, but the definition for small lots is lots with a density of 4 or fewer units. And then there are lots that only can provide 1 to 2 units based on density. So there's no defined term for that, but very small lots. Maybe we do define a term for that.
Well, if that's what your intent is, the way we're reading this, that's essentially, yeah, I've got no problem.
So
with
my
that, but
so my
I share
intent
Mike's
is
concern that it's.
so my intent for B is that the 1 to 2 units are totally exempt. They are not affected by E. E is for 3 units and greater, and I'm picking $40 as an arbitrary amount. I'm open to 35. I'm open to 42.50.
We don't need to worry about that.
Okay.
That's the council's problem.
Oh, well, good point. We're only recommending. So my motion has a recommendation of $40.
And then also to further clarify, so the LVR program does distinguish between sites that would permit 1 to 4 dwelling units and then 5 plus. So for the recommendation to reduce that fee, we're applying that to all dwelling units 3 plus. And we're not addressing this divide we already have currently in our program.
What was the dividing line, please, again?
It's 1 to 2 dwelling units, the small lots.
Right, but the council,
Yeah,
that was
and
4
then-
units, and
And then 5 plus. So that 4 to 5 is the dividing line.
I'm open for suggestions on that one.
So you just want to apply this to the 3 and 4 that we're not covering with B, is that correct? In other words, the other part of that.
So
small
the
lot.
recommendation is $40 for 3 to 4 and $50 for 5 and above.
Well, but that, E's only talking about small lots.
I'm just trying to keep things consistent here or something, or. All right, so yes, so the answer is only between 3 and 4 lots. We weren't asked to opine on 5 lots and above, so you're right, my motion does not affect 5 lots and above for dollar value.
Okay.
So that's my motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you.
one last discussion. Could you repeat the full motion one more time?
So I move item B, exempt smaller lots with a minimum density of 1 to 2 units from any dollar value land value recapture fee. I move recommendation D, to have the council direct staff to explore zoning regulations that could encourage development. And E, a temporary fee reduction for lots of 3 and 4 units for 24 months for $40.
So it's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
Commissioner McNally?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman?
Yes?
Commissioner Flaherty?
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant?
Yes.
Chairperson Hirsch?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Yes, thank you for compiling all those thoughts into one clean motion. Okay. Last item on the agenda is adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The meeting is adjourned. It's 7:42 PM. All right, let me. All right, I'm going to call to order the Planning Commission meeting for November 18th, 2025. The time is 7:55 p.m. Vice Chair Izant, do you want to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah, please stand, place your hand over your heart, repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner McNally,
Present.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Here.
Commissioner Flaherty,
Here.
Vice Chairperson Izant,
Here.
Chairperson Hirsch.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, moving on to item number 4, approval of the agenda. This is the time for the Planning Commission to discuss any changes to the order of agenda items. Does anyone have something to discuss?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I could, I would recommend we move up on the agenda item number 7D to hear first.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
Commissioner McNally,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty,
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant,
Yes.
Chairperson Hirsch.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on to item number 5, public comment. This is time for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on any items within the Commission's jurisdiction and on items where public comment will not be taken. The public's invited to attend and provide public comment. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker from those present in the council chambers and via the remote participation options listed on the agenda. This time allotment may be modified due to time constraints at the discretion of the chair. As a reminder, no action will be taken on matters raised in oral and written communications, except that the Planning Commission may take action to schedule issues raised during public comment for a future agenda. Speakers with comments regarding departmental operations are encouraged to submit those comments directly to the Community Development Director or to the Office of the City Manager. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak during this public comment portion of the meeting? Seeing none, I'll see if there's anyone online.
There are no online guests wishing to speak.
Great. Then I will close the public comment portion of the hearing and move on to item number 6, the consent calendar. The following matters will be acted upon collectively with a single motion and vote to approve with the majority consent of the Planning Commission. Commissioners may orally register a negative vote on any consent calendar item without pulling the item for separate consideration before the vote on the consent calendar. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a commissioner removes an item from the consent calendar, either under approval of the agenda or under this item before the vote on the consent calendar. Items removed for separate discussion will be provided a separate public comment period. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and, was it seconded twice? Did you get that, Jake? Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote, please?
Commissioner McNally,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty,
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant,
Yes.
Chairperson Hirsch.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, we're now going to move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda, starting with item number 7D, the Precise Development Plan, PDP 23-06, for the remodel of an existing 2-story single-family residence and remodel of an existing 2-car garage with a second-floor workshop into a residence with 4 garage parking spaces. Case number 25-CDD-163. Do we have a staff report?
Sorry. Take it away, Kanika.
You're walking on two legs today.
I am. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. As mentioned, my name is Kanika Pompey, and I will be delivering the presentation for the item this evening. Next slide, please. The request before you, as stated in the agenda, is for a precise development plan for the remodel of an existing two-story single-family residence and remodel of an existing two-car garage with second floor workshop into a second residence with 4 garage parking spaces, and to determine that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. The project site is an existing 6,538 square foot interior lot located in the southeastern portion of the city, east of Pacific Coast Highway, and west of Prospect Avenue. The site has a general plan land use designation of medium density and is zoned limited multiple family residential. Next slide. The site is currently developed with a 3,457 square foot two-story single-family home and with an attached 652 square foot garage with a second floor workshop. Next slide. The applicant proposes to remodel the existing 3,457 square foot two-story single-family residence and remodel of an attached 642 square foot garage with second floor workshop into two new single-family residences with 4 garage parking spaces. Next slide, please. So the project was reviewed for compliance with all local development standards and comply. Some standards to make note of is the parking. So the property currently has 4 parking spaces, 2 located in the existing garage and 2 guest parking spaces in the driveway. Pursuant to the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, properties with 2 family dwellings require 2 off-street parking spaces for each unit, plus 1 guest space. And the project proposes 5 parking spaces, so 2 parking spaces within a garage per dwelling unit, and 1 guest parking space located adjacent to the garages. Next. The project was reviewed for compliance with the zoning code and general plan. And as such, the project design, layout, and other physical features are consistent with the city's municipal code, general plan, and development standards. Next slide, please. This report and associated recommendation have been evaluated for their consistency with the city's general plan. Some relevant policies include policy 1.3 of the city's general plan, which strives to create development where residents are within walking distance from goods and services, and policy 5.7, which strives to preserve nighttime views and lessen glare by minimizing lighting levels. Next slide. So here you can see a rendering of the final design. Next slide. So the project proposes adding 348 square feet to the existing garage. It would decrease the existing single-family dwelling by around 800 square feet. And then the second dwelling will be converting the workshop and adding a third story of 589 square feet. Additionally, per municipal code, 300 square feet of open space is required per dwelling unit, and the project proposes roughly 1,400 square feet of open space for dwelling unit 1, which was the existing single-family dwelling, and about 580 square feet for the second, the newly created second unit. The project also proposes around 1,500 square feet of landscape, and all on-site landscaping will be subject to the water efficiency landscape ordinance of the city. Next slide, please. So here you can see what the change of the first floor layout would be. For the dwelling 1, they are altering the layout, and for the garage and the workshop, they will be adding 642 square feet to the garage to create a new new 2-car garage per unit. So that will come up to 990 square feet. Next slide, please. For the second floor, for the first dwelling unit, the layout is also being changed. And then for the new residence, the workshop will be converted into a single-family residence consisting of 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and a living and dining room. Next slide, please. So the first dwelling will include a roof deck, and then the second dwelling will be adding a 3rd floor, which will include an office and loft. Next slide, please. Here's the proposed east elevation for the dwellings, and both dwellings will be under the 30-foot maximum height limit for the zone. Next slide. Here's the proposed west elevation for both dwellings, and the development proposes a contemporary architectural style. Next slide. So this is the proposed south and north elevation of dwelling 1. And so the project will use several different materials to break monotony and create visual interest. Next slide. And here's the proposed south and north elevation of dwelling 2. And any rooftop equipment, if any proposed, will have to be screened from public view. Next slide, please. So pursuant to CEQA, the proposed project qualifies for a Class 1 categorical exemption. This is for existing facilities, since the project proposes the remodel of existing dwelling and accessory structures. Next slide. For this meeting, a total of 283 public hearing notices were mailed to the occupants and property owners of properties within 300-foot radius on November 3rd. Additionally, a legal ad was published on November 6th, as well as the applicant received a notice poster to post on site and provided proof of posting a minimum of 10 days in advance of this public hearing. Next slide. So lastly, this brings us to staff's recommendation. So staff recommends that the Planning Commission review the application and consider adopting a draft resolution for a precise development plan for the remodel of an existing 2-story single-family residence, a remodel of an existing 2-car garage with 2nd floor workshop into a second residence with 4 garage parking spaces. This concludes staff report. We're available to answer questions the commission may have, and the applicant is also available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of staff at this time?
I do.
Okay.
I'm confused. I guess I've been confused all night. This isn't a condominium.
No.
According to the report.
No, it's a 2-unit development.
It's a 2-unit, single-family home. Explain that to me. That's a new concept to me. And part of
the property has an existing single-family home with the accessory structure, the attached garage with the workshop on top. What they're proposing to do, if you kind of separate it, is remodel the existing single-family home, and then also convert that second story workshop into.
I got all of that. Who owns the second home?
At this point, we don't have who will be the new owner for that home.
If this is under single ownership, I can buy that this is a home that they've chosen to separate or whatever you want to call it. But the concern would be, for example, the parking for Unit 2 or whatever we're calling it we've never done that to my knowledge that we've ever allowed someone to count parking that doesn't belong to them for their required parking.
No, both units will have their own parking, so they're.
But their parking's in tandem in the first dwelling unit as it's labeled.
So the parking structure will be underneath the new created second structure, but it's creating 2 parking.
I got that.
Two garages,
who owns it?
And the code allows tandem.
I beg your pardon, but who owns that parking? Who owns the ground floor of that unit?
The idea would be one garage would be for unit 1 and one garage would be for unit 2.
I got that, but what I'm saying is, I can't count my neighbor's garage space as my space unless it's on my property or I own it.
Yeah, the whole property is owned by one property owner.
Then why are we considering this 2 dwelling units? I don't get it. Like I say, maybe it's just the terminology. Is this just a single-family home that chose to have a big casita? I've got a house in the desert. We've got 2 dwelling units on our property, but it's not 2 houses. Is this a single-family home still or not when it's done, if we approve the project as it's presented to us?
As presented, it would be considered 2 single-family homes.
But on one singular lot that's not
But
condoed.
a single-family home implies the ownership of the property and the home. If you're telling me that the second home is going to be owned by whoever's the residents of that, that's a condominium, in which case we got to have a whole different use for this site, or a whole different conditional use for this site, a CUP among other things. Otherwise, I don't see how I can consider this 2 homes, but one of them has all the parking. That's just, we do that in condos, right, where they share the guest space, where they have a common driveway, but they own the property, but they got to park themselves. We do this for an apartment building, but we don't do this for single-family homes.
So you're saying that the back unit, if it's rented, needs the additional parking?
No. If it's under the same ownership and it's being rented, that's, but if you're calling, what I'm confused again.
Sure. Hold on.
Questions of staff at this point,
Yeah.
and then I
Yeah.
appreciate it if you're the representative.
Yeah, well, once we finish questions of staff, then we'll open it to the applicant for their presentation. Thank you. Should we put a pin in that question for now?
Yeah. I just think, like, as the code stands, the zoning allows for a 2-unit development. It doesn't necessarily mandate that it has to be condominiums.
But I'm sure, and I don't have that in front of me, that each of those 2 units would have to be parked separately if they're just under distinct ownership. Now, if they're remaining under the single ownership, and this is going to be the kids in the front and mom and dad in the back, or whatever combination, I get it. But short of that, I think I'm looking at a condominium or a multifamily development, in which case there's a different set of standards. So we'll wait for clarification from the owners.
If I could, Commissioner Hoffman, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kanika, but at this point, the owners are not asking for any kind of subdivision into condos. This is a single owner redeveloping their current lot into 2 different single-family residential units, which is permitted under the code.
I got it.
I know that's not the rub here, but if it were to come before us in the future as a condo or as a subdivision, then we would, consider the parking question. At this point, it is still under single ownership. And to our knowledge, there has been no request or no application from the property owner to subdivide the property.
Okay. And I'm trying to envision, and again, not in this specific case, but in the case like this, if then the immediate response is, of course I'm going to sell this second project that I've now gotten developed, and I'll make an agreement with them about the part. There's no remedy for us possible at that point. We then have created a non-conforming property, and we try to avoid that. But like I said, let me hear from the...
Commissioner McNally, do you have any questions of staff? Commissioner Flaherty?
Yes. Have you counted this new unit as part of our arena count? That would determine whether it's 2 units or not.
I believe all new units will be counted towards RENA.
It's an add one. It would be a plus one.
Plus one. Digging a deeper hole.
If I could, but not as an ADU. Too big to be an ADU, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I'd like to follow up on that. I mentioned before my anxiety about dealing with commercial/residential units and how I felt the biggest problem was the problem of after it was approved and built and it turned out to be residential in the commercial area, so it violated every energy we had on increasing the viability of the commercial by putting the residential in there. If they sold this property, would they need if they sold the second unit, new unit, would they need city permission to do so? Is there a caveat in this document that prohibits that? I'm not saying sell the whole property, I'm just saying sell that.
Well, there is no way at this moment in time to sell the structure separately because there hasn't
Joined
been a
at the hip.
there hasn't been a subdivision.
Right. Okay.
And a subdivision would have to come to planning commission?
Okay.
Can you clarify, if it's not a subdivision and not a condo, what's the trigger for it coming to us now? I see that this is under the precise development plan. We haven't, I'm trying to go through projects that we've reviewed in the past that are on single-family lots, and it's only been for like slope and height determination. So what's triggering this to come here?
The square footage of the remodel and addition. So per the code, anything over 1,500 requires a precise development plan.
Thank you. The square footage of the remodel of what? Like they're new construction, single-family residences that go up all the time that don't come before us. So can you further clarify what that 1,500
So
square
they're
foot
adding,
figure is?
right? They're adding square footage, and so that's going to trigger that number.
So any addition in Hermosa Beach that adds more than 1,500 square feet comes before the Planning Commission?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from me. Any other further questions of staff, or should we pass it to the applicant? Okay, thank you for the presentation. At this point, actually, at this point, do any of my fellow commissioners have any disclosures to make?
No.
Okay, seeing none, I'll begin the public comment portion of this hearing. All questions and comments on this matter are to be directed to the commission, not to the audience. If the applicant is present, can you please approach the podium? And if you have a presentation, you can make it or just address the scope of the project.
Yeah, I don't have a presentation, and I think my architect's available also via Zoom right now, but I didn't know if you guys had any questions for me. I guess I could kind of try to explain. My in-laws are actually the owners. I was with my father-in-law earlier, but he ended up having to go home. But right now he has a big workshop up there. He's a mural artist. He's the one who did the mural that's on Pier Avenue, a couple of blocks down from here. And we're looking to convert that over into a one bedroom with a loft for my in-laws to live in. And then my wife and I are living in the back house. And it is all under the same owner. My wife was born in that house, and they've been the owners.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
So it's two structures, but a single family.
Yeah, the way that it is now,
Single family
his
home.
workshop was there, so the house, it's almost like a bridge on the second story, kind of connects that workshop. And then we're looking to add on a little bit to the back to be able to have the additional garage parking, and then it'll make the studio that's there bigger as well for them to be able to turn it into one bedroom.
I have a similar situation where you have an apartment over the garage, but you are R2B, so you can have the two units. We had to connect the two units with a 30-foot bridge and hallway, so.
Yeah, that's what they did too. I think he wanted it to be like an open air bridge, but I think when he initially built the house, I think he built it around 1990, they made him cover that, but that's basically what the setup is now. And then the current, we call it the studio, is just open, and then there's a little bathroom built into there now, and then we're looking to turn that into like a one-bedroom with a loft.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I failed to disclose that I worked with Chris Coakley on his mural on Hermosa, on Manhattan Avenue for many, many months, side by side. So I apologize.
I was unaware that's who it was.
I
think
didn't
three
either,
of us-
so I also disclosed that
We were all on the mural committee, so yes.
I'm also on the mural committee, but I don't believe I know the artist.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I will move to public comment. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak on behalf of this item? Reminder, you have up to 3 minutes, and we will accept Zoom call-ins. Seeing none, I'll see if anyone's online.
There are no online speakers wishing to speak.
Okay, then I'll close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring the matter back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. Commissioner Hoffman, you want to kick us off?
Again, now that they've answered the question, it's all under single ownership. I appreciate what's been mentioned, that in the past, we have on occasion connected units asked to dwell in, but there's a lot of newer homes in town, single story, that are rambling around the courtyard in which components are not connected. I hate to approve a project that it will inevitably be a problem down the road for some other planning commission. I'm looking at the age of the applicant thinking, I won't live long enough to deal with it when they separate it. I'm going to approve the project. It's otherwise conforming. It was just curious. I think this is the first project like this I've ever seen in front of us.
Commissioner McNally.
No comments.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Yes, I thoroughly support this project. It upgrades an existing design that has been there for many, many years, enhances it. I think it's going to fit the neighborhood even better than what it does now, and reminds me of two living dwellings with family members. I mean, that's what an ADU is all about. So I look at it as more of an ADU than anything else. So I certainly support, and I appreciate the conversation we had and having the staff explain to us why this is a correct decision on our part. So I support the project.
I support the project.
And I intend to support the project if someone wants to provide a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
Commissioner McNally,
Approved.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes?
Commissioner Flaherty,
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant,
Yes.
Chairperson Hirsch.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
All right. Moving on to item number 7A, a precise development plan, PDP-25-02, conditional use permit, CUP 25-06, investing tentative parcel map number 84794 for a new 2-unit residential condominium at 1035 Loma Drive within the multiple family R3 zone, case number 25-CDD-150. Do we have a staff report?
We do, and we're going to do a little bit of juggling here. Johnny Chase will present the case.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. As mentioned, my name is Johnny Case, and I will be delivering the presentation this evening for the proposed 2 new attached condominium units on 1035 Loma Drive. Next slide, please. The request before you this evening is to approve a precise development plan 25-02, conditional use permit 25-06, and vesting tentative parcel map number 84794 to allow an attached 2-unit, 30-foot tall residential condominium building at 1035 Loma Drive in the multiple family R3 zone, and to determine that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. The subject site is an interior lot located on the west side of Loma Drive and north of 10th Street. The project site is currently developed with 2 units and a garage built in 1953, which is proposed to be demolished. Approval of this project would result in no net change of unit count. Additionally, the project site lies within the coastal zone. Next slide, please. Shown here is the city's zoning map providing context of the property's location in relation to adjacent parcels and zoning districts. The site is zoned R3, multiple family residential, and is surrounded on all sides by R3 zoned properties with existing residents. Along with R3 zoned properties, to the east of the subject site is open space zoned parcel providing access to open space, Clark Stadium. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes constructions of 2 attached condominium units. Unit A is located towards the back of the site and will be 2,031 square feet. Unit B will be located in the front of the site and will be 2,078 square feet. Vehicular access to Unit A will be provided via a 22-foot wide driveway off of Sunset Drive, which would lead to a 2-car garage as well as a guest parking space parallel to the garage. Vehicular access to Unit B would be provided from Loma Drive via a 16-foot wide driveway, which would lead to a 2-car garage as well as a guest parking space adjacent to the garage. On the first floor for both units is an entryway, a bedroom, and an attached bedroom, and the laundry room. The second floor of each unit provides the primary bedroom with an attached bathroom as well as 2 additional bedrooms and a bathroom. On the third floor of both units provides the kitchen, dining room, great room, pantry, powder room, and lead to an outdoor deck. The third floor of Unit A also provides a stairway to access the rooftop deck. Next slide, please. Above, you may see the current conditions of the subject site, which is proposed to be demolished. Next slide, please. As shown here, the project conforms to all development standards within the R3 zone. Minimum lot area required is 1,320 square feet per unit, and 1,390 square feet per unit is provided. Maximum allowable height is 30 feet, which the project meets exactly. Lot coverage is limited to 65%, which the project meets. Minimum front, side, and rear yard setbacks are all satisfied. Parking, open space, and solid waste standards are fully met as well. Next slide, please. In addition to meeting the basic R3 standards, the project complies with all condominium standards. The required minimum unit size is 1,600 square feet per unit. The project provides over 2,000 square feet per unit. Private storage meets the 200 cubic feet minimum per unit requirements as well. Next slide, please. Shown above are the proposed west and south elevation, demonstrating the architectural design and articulation of the building. Next slide, please. Here you may see the proposed east and north elevations showing similar articulation and complementary exterior treatment consistent with the neighborhood character. Next slide, please. Above are the proposed first floor plans for each unit, showing garage access, entryways, first floor bedrooms, and laundry rooms. Next slide, please. Shown here are the second floor plans for each unit, illustrating the primary bedrooms, additional bedrooms, and baths. Next slide, please. The third floor plans are shown here with the main living spaces, including kitchen, great room, dining room, and outdoor deck spaces. Next slide, please. The project has been reviewed for conformance with the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code standards for precise development plans per section 17.58.040, conditional use permits per section 17.56.050, and vesting tentative parcel maps per section 16.08.060. Next slide, please. In regard to general plan consistency, the project is consistent with Goal 1, Policy 1.6, as well as Goal 2, Policy 2.3. Next slide, please. The project also supports Goal 5, Policy 5.6, and Goal 6, Policy 6.7. Next slide, please. In alignment with the housing element, the project is consistent with Policy 2.2 and Policy 2.4. Next slide, please. The project was evaluated under the California Environmental Quality Act and was determined to qualify for Class 3 categorical exemption under Section 15303 for new construction of small structures. Next slide, please. 306 public hearing notices were mailed on November 3rd, 2025 to property owners, occupants, and the applicant within a 300-foot radius of the property site. A legal ad was published in the Easy Reader on November 6, 2025. A notice was also posted on site a minimum of 10 days prior to today's hearing in accordance with Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, Section 17.68.050. Next slide, please. This brings us to staff's recommendation. Staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt draft resolution determining that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and approve Precise Development Plan 25-02, Conditional Use Permit 25-06, and Vesting Tentative Parcel Map number 84794 to allow an attached 2-unit, 30-foot tall residential condominium building at 1035 Loma Drive in the multiple family R3 zone, subject to conditions of approval. Next slide, please. This concludes staff's presentation. We are available to answer any questions the commission may have. Additionally, the applicant is present in chambers and has a presentation prepared.
Do we have any questions for staff at this time?
Just one, Counselor, I think we're all aware that, that there is a side yard access issue. Is this something best addressed first by staff and then by the applicant, or should we wait for the applicant? How would you suggest we proceed on that issue?
If staff feels comfortable proceeding, perhaps, but I would assume that the applicant is maybe better poised to answer those questions, and they might have been in contact with neighbors, can speak to potential resolutions. So, Johnny, if you have something specific to say, otherwise I think we pass it to the applicant.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the city, we've reviewed the project in terms of what is being proposed. It's, as shown in the presentation and discussed in the staff report, is compliant to our standards as in regard to further, perhaps the applicant could shed some more light and open up the discussion for further questions if you have any.
No.
Thank you.
If I could ask a slightly unrelated question, it's maybe more for the building department. I know code requires that stairs have to be 36 inches at a private property. If they're strictly inside and they can be as narrow as 30 inches, do we know if our stairs in the outside, not related, or well, obviously related to this project, outside stairs, are they allowed to be less than 36 inches?
I believe that would be more of a building.
And I realize it's a building. We don't have our building
Don't have that
officials
hat
here,
on right
but
now.
I'm looking at Louis to see if he shakes his head or not. He probably knows, but, all right, thanks.
Any other questions of staff at this time? Okay, then I believe the applicant is present. So before we move to that, do any of my commissioners have disclosures to make?
Other than driving by, none.
Yeah,
Okay.
site visit.
All right, then we'll move on to the public comment portion of the hearing. All questions and comments on this matter are to be directed to the commission, not the audience. I believe the applicant is present, so please approach the podium to make your presentation.
I appreciate you. It's 8:30 and we're just getting started now, so thank you very much. Chair Hirsch, good evening, commissioners. I'm Stacy Strauss from Sororna Associates on behalf of the applicant Alberto Botín and Monique Botín. Thank you for the opportunity to present our application tonight. As always, we appreciate the staff's work in getting to this hearing, particularly planner case. The applicants seek your approval of the described 2-unit condominium development at 1035 Loma, including a tentative parcel map. And we're here today asking for your support of the project. Currently, as you know, there's a 72-year-old duplex, residential duplex on the site. This is an R3 zone in the city with, currently has a detached garage, substandard parking, as well as parking in the encroachment area, which is area owned by the city. That's the current conditions of the site. In terms of neighborhood compatibility in this R3 zone, there are 8 condominium developments on this block alone, and 7 condominium developments just across the street on Sunset. The proposed 2-unit development before you is fully code compliant, and the plans bring the lot that currently has a legal non-conforming structure into compliance. This contemporary design by Louis Tomorrow, who is here if you have questions of the architect tonight, with some traditional aspects, gives the proposed development charm, and the color palette chosen is compatible with the area and highlights the current desires of design in the market, and the mix of materials gives the artistic component and differentiation, which reduces the bulk and mass of the development. The proposed design is fully code compliant and is proposing exactly what the general plan envisioned for this lot in this zone of the city. In terms of its broader benefits to the city, the project will increase the parking that currently exists, bring the parking needs fully on site. The project includes civil plans and includes properly treating storm and surface waters before releasing that water back to the city. In addition, a pedestrian walkway will be built on Sunset, as well as a 6-foot continuous ADA-compliant sidewalk on Loma Drive. The project is energy efficient, meeting California Title 24 standards, and the condo development includes 2 enclosed parking per unit and an additional guest parking per unit, and the CCNRs will indicate the guest parking is to remain open and accessible for guest parking only. It is worth pointing out that we actually have an additional parking space for a compact car in tandem to the garage on Loma, but since the city parking requirements have been met, it is not delineated on the plans, but it does exist and gives a total of 7 on-site parking spaces in this area of the city that is impacted and alleviates stress on the street and allows for visitors serving access. Additionally, the tentative map will allow for the subdivision of the lot and increase the opportunity for home ownership in the city and additional fees that the city welcomes by creating the subdivision. The applicant is aware of communication from the adjacent property owner regarding the proposed wall in the plans. The applicant has designed the wall to be fully contained on their property. This is not a wall that will straddle the property line. The wall will be fully contained on 1035 Loma. The adjacent property owner has made some claims about easements and access to his property which are not supported by anything on title or the survey prepared by a licensed engineer and simply reflect his preference to have his tenants be able to walk through the applicant's property to get to a secondary door to one of the units. The staff has reviewed the plans, the title report, the survey, the lot configuration, and none of the claims have been validated. The issues the neighbor raises about access to his property are not in the scope of your review tonight. To the extent he believes they are valid, he can pursue them in an appropriate forum. The applicant is in agreement with all the proposed conditions the staff has recommended, and with that, we request your approval of the precise development plan, use permit for condominium, and a tentative map for subdividing. I'm available for questions and appreciate your opportunity to address you again if there are additional comments from the public or you have questions.
Do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? No? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on behalf of this item? Okay, if you can please approach the podium and state your name. You will have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm the neighbor to the north of their property line, and I dispute what was just said. Yes, the wall that was referenced is, did I say my name? Oliver Enders. I'm the neighbor next door, the owner. I dispute what she said about the wall because it is wholly contained on their property, and it's directly on the property line. And I do have some pictures that show the current. Can I hand you these?
Okay.
So you might notice there's a survey marker in the street with a bright orange or pink circle around it. That's the property line. The wall that they're talking about that's on their plans on page 77 in their tentative parcel map and on page 49 in the rendering and numerous other places, you can see my stairs that are next door to this wall, which is right on the property line. Sure, they're saying it's on their property, but if you look at that survey marker in the picture there, it would be along that cement curb there where my stairs are, and it would just button and block in any access to the side yard there, where there's a kitchen door and a water heater closet behind those stairs. And I want to maintain access to those items back there. And this place was built in 1923, and it's 102 years old. And it's always had access around those particular stairs from the very beginning. Their property was built in 1953. Ours was already 30 years old in 1953. And and had this kind of access around its stairs. And in those days, the city permitted exterior stairs like that to be built right on the property line, and their current structure also has a stairs right on the property line on the Loma side, if you look at it from the other street. So that's the way things were being done in Hermosa Beach, and they had shared side yards. The 3 foot of setback was being shared to walk your way around the exterior stairs, and they also had access. I'm out of time, I'm sorry, but please don't approve this until we're able to agree on a shared easement. And your community planning director told me I could ask you to consider a conditional approval if the two parties are able to agree on a shared easement over this piece of ground. Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
I've got a question. Or do we not do questions now?
There is an online comment. Would you like
Oh,
to?
I think we still have more comments in chambers too. Do you have a question of the staff or applicant or the adjacent neighbor?
The person
Okay.
who was just here.
All right, sure. Yes, until someone says no.
Okay.
You want to ask the
All right.
question? Okay.
I think she's with the same group.
All right, if you want to approach the podium and state your name.
My name is Francesca Enders, and I'm also the owner of the property with my husband, Oliver Enders. That property is for my retirement when I get a little bit older, and I really don't want to have a neighbor with a problem. I'm here to come to a common denominator to get along and to be able to live there peacefully and enjoy my life. I really enjoy Hermosa Beach, and I also appreciate your time and effort that you're here to listen to us. Please consider what my husband has said. The property has been there for a long time. I understand it's a beautiful project and really excited about their project, but they also have to be a little bit more realistic in things. That I need to get my water heater in there. I don't know how to do it if they put a wall in there. I don't have elegant words like she spoke to. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just like you, a citizen of Hermosa Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we do have one question of the neighbor.
So the applicant mentioned that the door is a secondary door. So that means that if you were in your, please come forward, sir. If it is a secondary door and you're inside your structure, can you then not, it would be a very small space, obviously, but can you then not walk out into that space and turn left to your water heater?
Yes, that's true. Another aspect of this side yard is that there's another unit living up those stairs, and he stores his bicycles down there. I agree that they may, be out of hand and a little messy, but between trash cans or bicycles or just outdoor storage, I wouldn't want to have to go through my kitchen door to access the, it would be a pocket blocked in by a wall next door. And that's just unacceptable. It hasn't been like that for 102 years, and there's been an implied easement of ingress and egress over that 3 feet of ground. And we're kind of, and by the way, if you go by your own criteria of evaluating projects for PDP, in my comments to the city, I did list all the pages where this is kind of this wall causes the plan set to violate numerous of your criteria, including economic degradation of the neighbors, or specifically me, and several criteria. They're all listed in my email and my comments, but that wall is specifically in the development plan, and for you to vote on that development plan as a package, you're voting for this wall that's violating all your criteria and will be penning me in there. And so I would say this project should be conditioned on the two neighbors agreeing on a shared easement over that. And I had one other item. There's an encroachment actually of my foundation over the property line. And the easement would have to cover the encroachment of my foundation as well as the ingress and egress of our tenants. And so there's two aspects to the asked for easement. And it is something we feel very strongly about, and
Is your question?
I'll sit down again.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, anybody else in chambers that wishes to speak on behalf of this item? Seeing none, I think we did have someone online. Okay.
All right, we have a Rachel Enders, and let's see. Rachel, you are permitted to speak now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your time and for the opportunity to be heard on this matter. My name is Rachel Enders Clark. I'm an attorney representing Francesca and Oliver Enders, the owners of 1040 Sunset Drive, 1038 Sunset Drive, and 1041 Loma Drive, which is the triplex located immediately to the north of the proposed development at 1035 Loma. First, I want to express that you just heard from them, Francesca and Oliver. They're excited. They're truly thrilled to see the renderings for 1035 Loma. The design is thoughtful and attractive, and everyone agrees that this project has a potential to greatly enhance the neighborhood. We support the property owner's efforts to improve the site. We don't want to delay construction or oppose the development as a whole. Our request is simply that certain longstanding access rights be acknowledged and preserved so that both properties can coexist harmoniously. The primary issues relate to the construction of the wall on the property line, as well as grading and encroachment of the foundation. For at least 25 years, which is the time period that Oliver and Francesca have owned the property next door, this has been continuously and openly used by 1038 and 1040 Sunset occupants. So as it was brought up just recently, not only is it the tenant at 1040, the downstairs unit that has access to the kitchen door, but also 1038, the unit that lives up on the second floor, they also have continuously and openly used this side path. As Oliver mentioned, this has been used for various uses over the years, including trash cans, storage of bicycles, storage of other items, etc. Furthermore, the kitchen door that was characterized as a secondary door, it also serves as an emergency exit from the kitchen, which is the most likely place on the property to catch fire. The water heater also is, another fire hazard, leak hazard, and flood hazard, which requires access, and the easier the access, the better that avoids damage to property for any property that's close by. Now, if the wall is built, grading is changed, or the foundation is not recognized, then there could be serious problems. Things could be made unsafe, and things can be blocked in. As we discussed, this is not a new use. There's a strong case for pursuing a prescriptive easement through the courts. That's not the outcome that anyone wants. Litigation benefits no one and risks delaying a project that we genuinely hope to see move forward. Instead, we're hoping that we can come to a cooperative resolution, which includes the recording of a mutually agreed upon easement, preserving the rights of the parties. We have not yet had a chance to confer with the property owners of 1035 Loma. I have personally called them multiple times and left a message with their architect, and they have not gotten back to us. They state that no claims have been validated and that this is a preference issue. They haven't had the kindness to just return our phone call and talk to us about this issue. So at this point in time, we have to point out that the CUP violates, number 3 of the CUP is violated because the proposed use will be adverse to the community and detrimental to surrounding properties and improvements.
If you wouldn't mind just wrapping up your comments, you're over time. Thank you.
Thank you, absolutely. And the tentative parcel map is also being violated because the proposed project reduces the property value and encumbers 1040 Sunset, 1038 Sunset, and lowers the value of the whole triplex, the whole property in its whole. So for these reasons,
Thank you.
we're requesting the conditional.
Is there anyone else online that wishes to speak on behalf of this item?
Yes.
Okay.
Liz Teindorf? What happened?
Okay. We're just waiting for computers to restart.
So we can, if we're having a technical difficulty that is precluding participation on Zoom, we can continue to proceed with the meeting without Zoom. We we use Zoom in order to encourage public participation, but it's not an essential function. We're holding a public meeting in person. So I would say let's move on with the meeting, and if they're successful in the future. Okay, so we're going to just move forward and again explain that we've had a technical difficulty with our Zoom connection. In the interest of time and advancing the case forward, we're going to proceed.
Okay.
Take it away, Madam Chair.
All right. So then we're going to, before I end the public comment portion of the hearing, I'll invite the applicant to come back and address any concerns that have been brought up during the public hearing.
Chair Hirsch, Commissioners, I'm Brandon Strauss from Soren Associates on behalf of the applicant. Just to address some of these comments regarding the easement, we did hear from the neighbor's attorney a few days ago and certainly wanted to respond, but the applicant hasn't had a chance to secure the services of his own attorney, so he definitely wants representation in responding to that. The applicant, like every other property owner in the city, is entitled to improve their property in accordance with the municipal code. And that's what is being proposed here. That's what the staff has reviewed and agreed is in compliance. And the city has a process to deal with this kind of issue. That's why every time we apply for development of property, we have to submit a current survey that has all the current, it's based on a current title report and shows all the easements. And that way the city is able to tell what rights there are to that property and what, if any, could inhibit the ability of the city to approve the development that's being proposed. So, it's kind of a fundamental property right or aspect of property ownership that you get to keep.
Recording in progress.
You get to keep people off of your property without your permission. Okay, so that's what this is about. None of this development is on the neighbor's property. It's all within the applicant's property. Continued trespassing over property does not create an easement. And, if there is some claim that it does, this body is not the one to adjudicate that. This is a civil matter, and it can be addressed in, a judicial context if that's what the preference is. But, in this case,
recording in progress.
We don't think that the city can condition an approval on the applicant giving up a property right to another private individual. that's not a condition we think we could accept. It's a road to going down, basically having to agree to, whatever is put to the applicant in order to move forward, and we don't think that's appropriate. So we'll definitely take a condition that all development remain within the property, the applicant's property lines, and that's the intent.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant before we close the public comment portion of the hearing? All right, seeing none, I will now close.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Sorry, now that we're back online, I do have a participant on Zoom who would like to speak.
Okay.
Not the one from before. So this is Nancy, so you should be able to speak now.
Hi, Nancy Schwapak. Thank you very much. This is a classic example of something we see every time we get new development in this city next to 100-year-old properties. There are implied easements, there are things that people have just been using and living with for 100 years. And then a new property owner comes in, and as the applicant has said, hey, it's my property, I have the right to do what I want to do. And maybe there is nothing we can do for this particular property. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I'm just hearing it the first time tonight. But I would really suggest that this is something that we look into in our future developments, because these 100-year-old properties are things we all value. And if they become unusable, or their value is lessened, or their tenants can no longer store their bicycles, I think our city loses something. So again, maybe there's nothing you can do on this one. There may be, I don't know. But I would like to think this is something we can look into in the future, because it is an ongoing problem as we lose our 100-year-old properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another online comment or?
No, none at this time.
Okay. All right. I will now close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring back the matter to the commission for discussion and deliberation. Vice Chair Izan, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair Hirsch. I'm not a land use attorney, so I'm not sure whether there's any legal application for historic easement use. And I do agree that this particular project is in conformance with everything that it needs to conform to. Having said that, I would certainly, it's not my property, although my property on the east side and the west side, we've had no walls for 40 years for the entire length of the property. Now, we're used to that, of course, and this is not to say that this is equivalent. So informally, I hope it doesn't come to a civil matter. I don't, if the wall was peeled back about 12 feet with a gate, how much would that hurt? Having said that, I don't see a reason to delay this project. I'm going to support it.
Commissioner Flaherty.
I totally agree with my fellow commissioner. I would support this project wholly, but as we have done for decades now, we've encouraged both parties to meet. And I thought Steve's idea of moving the north wall with a gate back for access underneath that, or Pete's was superb. Can we narrow down the stairwell and be compliant? That would give a smaller opening, but it's between the two parties. It's not between us. That's my position. So thank you very much for those two ideas, fellow commissioners. I would encourage the property owners to gather together as this project is going on. We're still months away from demo, I assume, even. So I appreciate that other insight from fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Hoffman?
I guess I'd start with semi-ex parte communication. I live on Loman, a 105-year-old house, so I was there way before, and have dealt with exactly this issue, brand new condo on the adjacent north side of us that precluded access to a side yard, at least from one direction. It's the price I pay to live in a 105-year-old house. The property rights of these individuals to develop a new fully compliant property is their right. If they choose to negotiate with their adjacent neighbors to change the wall or to provide that access, that's great. If it doesn't make sense to them, I'm not the person to judge that. Again, fully compliant project that meets all of the standards and will in fact improve my neighborhood as well as theirs.
Commissioner McNally.
Well, I understand the dilemma, and I'm very sorry for this. I've been looking at this picture for quite some time. It's the exact situation I had when I lived at 207 29th Street in Hermosa Beach. We had a staircase and a building and a wall that went right up to us. And although it was an inconvenience, it was our neighbor's property, and we had to respect that. And we're not, I have to respect the applicant's property line, and I'll support this.
Thank you. I think similar to my fellow commissioners, the purview of our review right now is within the property lines of the site that the applicant is proposing. I do understand the sensitivity to the condition with the neighbors' access. I hope that you guys can confer and come up with a reasonable solution that suits both parties, but I think that's beyond the purview of the commission, so I intend to support the project.
Yeah, Chair Hirsch, I move staff resolution CUP 2509 or 2506, tentative parcel map 84794, and find that the project is exempt from CEQA.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
Commissioner McNally?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman?
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty?
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant?
Yes.
Chairperson Hirsch?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, moving on to item number 7B.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, oh,
I'm
yes.
going to recuse myself of this item. It's proximity to my own home.
Okay. Item number, I'll give him a minute to step out. Okay. Moving on to item number 7B, the precise development plans PDP 25-07 and PDP 25-08, conditional use permits CUP 25-09 and CUP 25-10, and vesting tentative parcel map number 84793 for 2 new 2-unit residential condominiums at 714 and 722 Loma Drive in the 2-family residential R2 zone, case number 25-CDD-162. Do we have a staff report?
Yes. Thank you. Well, good evening, Chairperson and Vice Chair and Commissioners. I'm sure you're grateful I'm on this side of the podium and now. Apologize. I don't know what happened with those technological difficulties, but hopefully they're behind us. This project is very similar to the last project that you just heard, so I'll keep my references and remarks maybe a little bit shorter. This is also on Loma Drive. In this case, we have 2 lots that are owned by the same owner, and they are going to be developing them in tandem. Each lot has 2 units on it, and that's at 714 and 722 Loma Drive. We're in the R2 zone. This is for 2 conditional use permits, 2 precise development plans, and a vesting tentative parcel map. Next slide, please. I just wanted to start the discussion with the rendering. It's kind of we're maybe jumping to the end, but you'll have a sense of what the project will look like that we'll be discussing. Next slide, please. So the request, as discussed, is for a categorical exemption from CEQA, the approval of those CUPs number 2509 and 2510, precise development plans 2507, 2508, and a vesting tentative parcel map 84793 to allow those two new 2-unit detached 30-foot tall condominium buildings there on Loma for a total of 4 units. Next slide, please. We are in the R2 zone. You can see with this zoning map that directly behind the property, we have our M1 zone. The block across is also R2, and then the properties to the south are R2, whereas the properties to the north are R3. Next slide, please. This is an interior lot with a 2-unit family residence at 714 and a single family residence at 722. Both lots were developed in 1953. If you want to go to the next slide, I think it's a nice image that these are the 2 units, 2 lots with each of their units displayed. And then go ahead to go to the next slide. What I found was kind of interesting about the project is that these 2 units were developed in 1953 at the same time by the same owner, and that's what we have before you today. With the only difference, you can see a light pole that's in between those 2 units. Staff, the Public Works Department, the applicant are very aware of this light pole, and it will be removed and relocated as this project progresses, and of course with your approval tonight. Next slide, please. So this is the construction of 4 detached condominium units. Units A are at the street level. Units B are behind Unit A. They are 4 detached. They will share a driveway that straddles both properties, similar to a project you saw on Bard about, I think, 6 months, maybe 8 months ago, a similar configuration. So they'll have reciprocal easements recorded to allow that access for both lots to share that driveway. That driveway does lead to the garages and guest parking spaces for the development. Open space is going to be provided, and this is maybe slightly deviates from some of the plans you've seen. There actually is open space provided at the ground level as well as on decks and balconies. Next slide, please. Again, we have a project that is compliant with all of our development standards. Of course, that's part of staff's review and the process before we bring any project before you. They are right at that maximum for lot coverage at 65 feet. Again, as typical, they're at the maximum for our building height at 30 feet. Their side yard setbacks are compliant with actually a little bit of additional footage on both the side at the south and at the rear for their level 1. So level 1 is at 10 feet and it's at 5 feet for the second level. We do have compliance on parking as well. As stated, there's going to be 4 garages, 1 for each unit, and there will also be 1 guest spot per lot, so that'll be a total of 2 guest spaces. Next slide, please. We also demonstrate compliance with our condominium development standards. Again, something that's maybe a little bit unique or interesting about this project is because of the configurations of the garage. Normally you'll see your private storage space accommodated in the garage, and in this case, it's partly accommodated in the garage, and there's also a lockable storage on the roof decks to finish the completion of that requirement. The height maximum as it applies to a walk street does not apply, as this is not a walk street, and they're compliant with all the development standards as required for condominiums. Next slide, please. Here we provided for you the west and south elevations. This is for the units, and you can see the design articulation. The architect is also here. He can speak honestly much more eloquently than I can with regard to all of the design features, and he has a presentation to share with you. So we'll go ahead and go on to the next slide. That also applies for our east and north elevations. So next slide, please. For our proposed floor plans, I've provided for you tonight above these proposed floor plans for 714 A for levels 1 and 2. Again, I think it's fairly typical for our condominium developments. We have our garage on our first floor with a bedroom, laundry room, and elevator shaft. On the second floor are more bedrooms with bathrooms. And then go ahead to the next slide, please. And here we show you our third level, which includes the great room, which again is something we commonly see in these developments. And they have a roof deck as well. You also see in this floor plan that there is a balcony that's right there at the front of the floor plan on the third floor. For 722A, you're going to have the same floor plan, just a mirror. And for 722, again, really the same floor plan. The only major difference being rather than that large balcony at the front, they have a small deck at the back. Next slide, please. Again, Johnny already went through all of the findings, so I will summarize them. For a conditional use permit, a precise development plan, and a vesting tentative parcel map in the pursuant Hermosa Beach Municipal Code sections. Next slide, please. We do have general plan consistency of Goal 1, specifically Policy 1.6, which is to consider the compatibility of new development within its urban context. As you already heard, there are a lot of condos developed on Loma currently. This would be one that will add to that urban context. Next slide, please. We also have Policy 7.1. We have compliance with our permeable pavement, which is that no more than 50% be impermeable. So they have demonstrated that compliance. Next slide, please. Additionally, we have Policy 2.2 to encourage the development of safe, sound, and decent housing to meet the needs of varying income groups. Again, as we've discussed, I think hours ago at this point, most of our units are going to be at market rate, but we are adding to our RENA numbers. We'll have an addition of 1 unit for this project. Next slide, please. For our environmental determination, similar to our last project, and I think all the other condo projects before you that are less than 5, we have an exemption under CEQA of categorical section 15303, class 3, new construction. Next slide, please. A public notice was conducted for this project, again, on the same dates that Johnny shared, because we, same planning commission days, same dates. But just to review that, over 200 public notices were mailed on November 3rd, 2025 to property owners, occupants, and the applicant within a 300-foot radius, as well as a legal ad was published in the Easy Reader on November 6th, 2025. Notices were also posted on site a minimum of 10 days prior to today's hearing in accordance with our Hermosa Beach Municipal Code section 1768-50. And when I came into the chambers, there was no public comment. So that was a while ago, but I don't think that's changed. Next slide, please. So this would bring us to staff's recommendation, which would be to adopt draft resolution 2520, thus determining that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA, and approve conditional use permits 2509 and 2510, precise development plans 2507 and 2508, investing tentative parcel map number 84793 for 2 new 2-unit detached condominium buildings, a total of 4 condos at lots 714 and 722 Loma Drive in the 2-family residential zone, and of course subject to conditions. That concludes, next slide, thank you. That concludes my staff report for you this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions for staff at this time? All right, Commissioner Flaherty.
Sure. Thank you, first of all, for your report. And I do remember you saying something about the developer and the public works department trying to relocate the street light that's currently in between their 2 properties, their property itself.
Yes.
The third party I'd like to
now in his view. So I think that's appropriate to extend the developer, and for sure the city, extend some notice to him when they make that decision. Currently on page 29 of 29 of the development plan itself, it shows it on the sidewalk within a foot or two of the property line of the existing or the new proposed location. Loma was developed with those streetlights, developing 7 out of 8 of them on property lines. It was done deliberate. Nobody wanted one directly in front of their house. This one is moving it so the average distance is going to change now. So most of those poles are lined up within, let's say, a few feet of being not only on the center of a property line, but equidistant apart. This is going to change that. So I encourage you, from your department as well as Public Works, to meet with the next door property. Make sure he's in tune with this. He may have some objection or he may have some suggestions, but it's important. I dealt with a lot of street lighting issues. These are very important issues when it comes to night views. He has a second deck. It's going to look right into a pole. So thank you very much. It could be shading. It could be putting some sort of a glare or a blind around it. It could be all kinds of things that he would accept. But moving it next door from 30 feet away may not be. So thank you for that. The other thing I would say is in both the properties that we talked about on Loma, both don't have sidewalks now. They will have sidewalks.
Correct.
It was clear that was an added attraction to both Sunset and Loma. There's 8 different widths on Loma Drive right now caused by the engineering department and the planning department and the contractors over a 40-year period. None of them line up. This is your opportunity to start lining up some streets. So please take that into consideration as you deal further with the contractor. Is the contractor here tonight?
The architect is here
The architect,
tonight.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
and Public Works has reviewed the plans and given their comments, and I think has that preliminary
I
sidewalk.
know I'm in the Public Works lane right now, but this is in front of me, and I want to make sure you
Thank
hear
you.
it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, I
Thank you.
will ask my fellow commissioners if they have any disclosures to make.
Only drove by the property.
Site visit.
Okay.
Drive by.
All right, then we will now begin the public comment portion of the hearing. All questions and comments on this matter are to be directed to the commission and not the audience. If the applicant is present and wants to approach the podium to make a presentation, you may do so at this time.
Queued up, right? Yeah, okay. Hello, my name is Alex Ayota, and I'm the designer for the 722 and 714 Loma Drive condominium project. We're developing it with my dad and my sister. It's kind of like a family development. So this presentation, I'll try to keep it short, under 5 minutes. I know we're pressed for time. I'm going to talk about the existing conditions and the proposal, the public right-of-way improvements, including the light pole, because we started already digging into that, coordinating with Public Works and Edison to aware that it's a problem. The program, site planning, and then I'll talk a little bit to the design character of the buildings. Next slide, please. So today there are two older there are 2 buildings with 3 dwelling units and a garage on these 2 parcels. So currently there are 3 units across the 2 sites. Under this proposal, those buildings will be replaced with 4 condominium units for a net gain of 1 dwelling unit across the 2 sites. Next slide, please. So yeah, this one is talking about the public right-of-way improvements and the new sidewalk. So the proposal includes improving the public realm in front of both properties. The project includes a new sidewalk, curb, gutter along the entire frontage of both streets, and we are consolidating access to a single curb cut and driveway that serves both properties. So I think it reduces the number of curb cuts on Loma Drive, and it provides a lot a safer pedestrian walk in front of the properties. And then in regards to the light pole, yeah, so that was the first thing we saw. So on day one, the first place we went to was not the planning commission, not the planning department, we went to Public Works, and we're like, we have a light pole, what do we do about it? And so we've been coordinating for about 6 months now with Public Works. We're planning staff in as well to see what we can do to shift it. I agree on reaching out to the adjacent neighbor to let them know. And we were planning to do that as the coordination with Edison moves forward, because they take their sweet time doing things. So as soon as we're able to, we will communicate with the neighbor. Next slide, please. Yeah, so on the ground floor plans, you'll see that each of the 4 units has its own 2-car garage with an additional guest space on each parcel. So in total, this whole project is going to bring 10 parking spaces to Loma, which, as you know, is very parking challenge. It's a parking challenge street. We have also increased front and rear setbacks beyond the minimum in order to reduce the perceived bulk and to provide a front porch, front yard situation for the front units, and to provide a usable rear yard for both rear units. Next slide, please. Yeah, so each home is a larger family-oriented unit. They're roughly between 2,750 and 2,800 square feet of living area with 4 bedrooms, 4.5 bathrooms, roof deck, and all have elevators. The front units have their own front yards. The rear units have private rear yards. And the intent is to provide long-term, more accessible housing that can work for a range of households and life stages. Next slide, please. And now I wanted to speak to the design character. I don't usually like to label designs with a specific style, but if I had to, I would describe it as a minimal expression with contemporary Mediterranean influences. There will be simple off-white volumes, restrained detailing, and warm accents like the wood entry doors and planting to keep the street presence light and less imposing. The massing is organized as a series of interlocking volumes that respond directly to the interior program. They're coordinated with the interior layout, so there's a subtle alignment between what you see on the outside and how the spaces are organized within. The ground floors are stepped and they're carved back to reduce the perceived bulk for pedestrians that are walking and to reduce the perceived scale. Same with the third stories. They're set back even further so that you have a balcony. And again, it's an attempt to perceive the height of these buildings. And yes, we're using recessed window profiles, deep reveals, and we're trying to keep a consistent rhythm of vertical windows and arches. These are intended to add depth and visual interests that play with light and shadow, since the proposal is to keep it all a singular material. So yeah, light and shadow are kind of the main material here. So like the little steps ins and outs will cast interesting shadows as the sun changes throughout the day and the seasons. So it's a little bit more than just a surface treatment. Next slide. And so that wraps up my presentation. In summary, this project replaces 3 older dwelling units with 4 detached homes, improves the public right-of-way with a new sidewalk, curb, and a consolidated driveway, provides adequate on-site parking and usable yards, and introduces a quiet, minimal architectural expression with contemporary Mediterranean references. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions for the applicant at this time?
No.
No? Okay. Then we will now begin the public comment portion of the hearing. All questions and comments on this matter are to be directed to the commission and not to the audience. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on behalf of this item? Please approach the podium, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Larry Nakamura. I am the neighbor at the north, 728 Loma. Hello. So our 4 units were built about 13 or 14 years ago, so very similar to this project. So, kind of excited to see the neighborhood getting upgraded. Good point about the light pole. I do hope that that's coordinated with us, because that is kind of a sightly view. And we also have a crow problem, so, you know, we don't want the crows to be any closer to than they have to be, honestly. I came to this meeting hoping to see some renderings, which I have seen. Our 4 units were built with floor-to-ceiling windows, which are a really nice feature. Won't be quite as nice because some of the view will be gone, but I was hoping to see, and maybe I could talk to you guys later, on your north side of the building, I'm hoping that you don't have floor-to-ceiling windows either, because then we'll be looking right into each other's properties, and in Hermosa, you all know we're all stacked really close together, so that would be kind of awkward. We do have special shading, sun shading, so you can see out. During the day, you can see through it, but at night, you can see into our properties. So that would be my only concern at this point, but looking forward to seeing what the neighborhood will look like with sidewalks and everything. But yes, please do get with us on that light pole. That would be great, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public or in the chambers? Seeing none, we'll see if we have anyone online.
There are no online participants wishing to speak.
Okay. Does the applicant have anything they want to address that came up in public comment? Nope. Okay, then I will close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring the matter back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. Commissioner McNally, I'll start with you.
I just had one question. I should have asked staff. I'm sorry. The light pole was in between the 2 properties and need to be removed because that's where the driveway is going, correct? Okay, thanks.
Any other oh, it's late, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Izant.
No comment. I'm going to support the project.
Okay. Commissioner Flaherty?
I certainly am going to support the property. Thank you for both meeting with the neighbor tonight and resolving some problems in the future. It's a great addition to the neighborhood. As the neighbor said, it'd be great to walk down sidewalks. So Loma is now improving at a great rate. 2 a night.
And I also intend to support the project. It seems in compliance with all the city requirements. So I'll see if we have a motion.
I move staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote? It was moved by Flaherty and seconded by Azant.
Commissioner McNally?
Approved.
Commissioner Hoffman? Oh, sorry. Also late. Commissioner Flaherty?
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant?
Yes.
Chairperson Hirsch?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you. Moving on to item number 7C, conflict. Can we grab Commissioner Hoffman? Thank you. It's a long one tonight. Should have had a Diet Coke. Mm. All right, moving on to item number 7C, convex slope determination, CSD 25-01, and precise development plan, PDP 25-04, for a structural rehabilitation, remodel, and addition to a 4-unit apartment building located at 3232 Hermosa Avenue in the multifamily residential R3 zone, case number 25-CDD-165. Do we have a staff report?
All right. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Jake Whitney, Associate Planner. I'll be doing the presentation for this item this evening. I'll just wait for the presentation to be pulled up. All right, we can move to the next slide. Okay, so the request before you this evening is to approve the convex slope determination 25-01 and precise development plan 25-04 for structural rehabilitation, remodel, in addition to a 4-unit building located at 3232 Hermosa Avenue in the multifamily R3 zone. Staff is also recommending that the project be found to be categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15302, Class 2, Replacement and Reconstruction. Next slide, please. So the subject property is at the corner of the intersection of Hermosa Avenue and 33rd Street, which is a walk street. And vehicular access to the site is currently provided via Palm Drive. The existing 4-unit building was built in 1923 and is legal non-conforming with regard to density, parking, and open space. The property is also located within the coastal zone. The item was continued from the October 21st, 2025 Planning Commission meeting to tonight's hearing at the applicant's request. Next slide, please. Shown above is the zoning map providing context for the site. The property is zoned R3 and to the northeast and south, with R1 zoning to the west across from Hermosa Avenue. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing, as mentioned, to do structural rehab of the 4-unit building. It also includes a minor 188 square foot addition through the conversion of 119 square feet of non-conditioned space and the enclosure of 69 square feet of exterior space. An existing partition in the 2-car garage would be removed to make the garage space more functionally suitable for vehicle storage, whereas currently it is not. Unit sizes would be reconfigured to eliminate setback nonconformities and public right-of-way encroachments. After speaking with the Public Works Department, we can confirm that there are currently no encroachment permits on file for the property. Unit 1 at the site would go from 694 square feet to 659. Unit 2 would go from 722 to 592. Unit 3 would go from 902 to 763. And Unit 4 would go down from 1,001 square feet to 789. Meanwhile, the applicant is also, with this request, adding a convex slope determination to the application package, as this convex slope determination would be needed to maintain the existing building height by using alternate spot elevations for height calculation purposes. To support the applicant's request, they provided city staff with a geotechnical report, which delineated the location of 4 boring sample sites on the property, and they revealed a range of 1/2 foot to 1.5 foot of fill soil at each drilling location. The staff recommendation is to utilize the alternate points requested by the applicant, excluding the presence of fill soils, to best reflect the existing natural grade. Next slide, please. Oh, one thing I missed. Proposed landscaping for the site also includes 14 silver sheen kahuhu plants and 21 coastal rosemary plants along Hermosa. And we can get the next slide. So shown here are photographs of the existing site depicting the 4-unit building. As you can see, it's currently fenced off and does not appear to be occupied. Next slide, please. As shown on the development standards table, the property is legal non-conforming with several respects. The existing lot area per unit is 850 square feet, whereas per the zoning code, 1,320 square feet would be required. The building currently measures 32.7 feet in height without the convex slope determination, and with the determination, it would be 29.38, complying with the 30-foot maximum. Lot coverage is currently at 55%, well below the 65% maximum, and front, side, and rear yard setbacks would be satisfied, as where several non-conforming setbacks exist today. Parking would remain at 2 spaces, whereas 10 would be required under current codes, and open space would remain insufficient at 506 square feet, whereas 1,200 square feet would be required under existing code. Both of these legal non-conforming conditions would not be made worse by the project. Next slide, please. Above are the proposed west and east-facing elevations showing the rehabilitated facade as well as the architectural enhancements to the building's aesthetic appeal. Next slide, please. The slide above shows the proposed north elevation facing 33rd Street and demonstrating the exterior design and detailing. Next slide, please. The south elevation is shown here, illustrating consistency in architectural treatment. Next slide, please. Above are the first floor plans of the units, showing the reconfigured interior layout and garage access via Palm Drive. Next slide, please. Second floor plan is depicted here, illustrating the upper level unit configurations. Next slide, please. And the roof plan here shows the roof configuration and depicting access points and mechanical equipment locations. Next slide, please. So this project requires approval of a precise development plan pursuant to Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, section 175840. In order to grant this PDP, 3 findings must be made in the affirmative. And the staff analysis on these findings can be found in pages 7 through 9 of your staff reports. Next slide, please. The project was evaluated for consistency with Plan Hermosa, the general plan, and was found to support Goal 2 of the land use element, specifically with Policy 2.5 on neighborhood preservation, as this would enhance the quality of a residential neighborhood by eliminating walls currently non-conforming to setback requirements, as well as encroaching into the public right-of-way, as well as bringing open space and parking a little bit closer to current standards, though not fully. Next slide, please. The project was also found to support Goal 5, Policy 5.6, pertaining to eclectic and diverse architecture. The rehabilitation would enhance neighborhood character through creative use of architectural elements to contribute to the eclectic and diverse architectural environment consistent with the surrounding area. Next slide, please. Additionally, the project was found to align with the housing element issue area 1 regarding the conservation of existing affordable housing, specifically policy 1.1, which is that the city will encourage the maintenance and improvement of the existing housing stock. Now, it is important to note that under the current proposal, the extent of the proposed demolition to the units would exceed 50% of the floor area of the existing units, which would render them uninhabitable during a period of construction. Now, we are under a regulatory framework through the state of California under Senate Bill 330 and amended by California Senate Bill 8, whereas the city is not legally permitted to allow for the demolition of any potentially protected units without sufficiently verifying the household income of the occupants for the prior 5-year period. The applicant has not provided with the city with income verification for these units for the prior 5-year period, and therefore, in compliance with this state law and the housing element measure, we are recommending condition of approval number 4 in the draft resolution, which requires 2 of the 4 units to be deed restricted to lower income households for a period of 55 years in accordance with state law. State law does require the city to round up whenever there's a fractional calculation, and that's what would be applicable in this case. Can we move to the next slide, please? On the environmental determination, city staff has determined that the project seems to qualify for a Class 2 categorical exemption for replacement and reconstruction, as this project consists of a structural rehab and remodel as well as a minor addition, and none of the cumulative impacts or exceptions to the categorical exemptions are applicable. The property was also not identified on the city's inventory of potentially historic resources. Next slide, please. For public notification of this project, we originally sent out notices for the October 13th hearing, at which time 223 public notices were mailed to property owners and occupants within a 300 square foot radius. On October 1st, legal ad was published on October 2nd in the Easy Reader, and the applicant posted a notice poster at least 10 days prior to the public hearing in accordance with the city's public notification standards. Additional public notices were not required for tonight's meeting because the Planning Commission continued the project to a date certain, which was tonight. For the record, one public comment from the applicant's representative was digitally transmitted to the city on Friday, November 13th, regarding the city's method of tenant income verification mandated by California Senate Bill 8. And for reference purposes, the staff analysis regarding the income verification requirements and Senate Bill 8 can be found on page 2 of your staff reports. Next slide, please. So this brings us to the staff's recommendation. We are recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the draft resolution 25XX, determining that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as approving the convex slope determination at the subject site in the R3 zone, subject to conditions of approval. Next slide, please. This concludes the staff presentation. I'm available to answer any questions the commission may have, and the applicant's representative is also present in the chambers and wishes to provide a presentation as well once we've completed.
Do we have any questions of staff at this time? Commissioner Hoffman?
The quick question in terms of the determination regarding the affordability of the units, it's based on the size of the existing units that we would consider them to be affordable or low?
It's not particularly based on the size. So in the state statute, it only creates a carve out for single-family residences being replaced by other single-family residences. Outside of that situation, any multi-family development where there would be a proposed demolition of units is considered a potentially protected unit, and that's when the onus is on the jurisdiction to ascertain that approving the demo permit would not result in the loss of a protected unit, which is one that's occupied by lower income households within a prior 5-year period, or if it's subject to any local rent controls, price controls, things of that nature.
So even any commonsensical determination of an apartment building that had 3 ocean view units, we would have to assume they were in fact protected units, failing demonstrated proof?
That's correct. Without sufficient demonstration regarding the applicant's income, and I stress the phrase income, rather than rental amount, as the state statute clarifies that it's the applicant's income that's relevant. In theoretical sense, the rent could be $10,000 a month, and it still would not be relevant for determining the income which is needed for compliance with state law.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Flaherty.
Johnny, again, great report. I have a couple just cleanup issues for me. On the applicant's project plans on our page 2 of 18, section 4, he says the nuisance water from the roof and side yards and patios must discharge onto 5th Street and Pacific Place. It's a cut and paste issue. That's in Manhattan Beach. We don't want them to pump storm water from Hermosa to Manhattan. So the other thing is on page 10 of 11 of your staff report, I think we need to look at the dates that's listed there, they're not applicable to this meeting here. They're applicable to the October meeting. And then I thought your decision on the lot sloping and the by requiring the fill dirt to be the point where you go underneath the fill for the measurement is accurate as far as that has been historically what we've done. We found fill dirt. The other thing is that when we get that document where they did a great job of all the survey points, both north and south, normally we like, at least historically, we've seen the building framed in that, not just the frame of the points of the survey. So that has a lot to do with my looking at to see how the envelope of that new point, rather than the straight line, the actual convex lot issue. So that would be something in the future. Of course, you saw, you reviewed, you felt, you gave a summation of how you could use that slope lot or the survey minus the fill dirt, and I certainly appreciate that. So I do have a lot of conversation on the, I'd like to talk and hear from the applicant regarding his view on why he wrote us the letter and why he should be more confidentially versus applying the way you have said so. I assume you're applying state law, not Hermosa Beach planning rules.
That's correct. So this requirement comes from the state legislature, originally through Senate Bill 330 and then amended by SB 8. We've done some analysis on what some other jurisdictions have done and have found that Hermosa's verification method is somewhere in between the rest of our, shall I say, sister cities on this issue, if not a bit more permissive. So yes, it's up to each individual jurisdiction to execute state law to the best of their ability, and this is the methods that we've been using thus far.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Izant.
Jake, the letter that you referenced from the applicant, I don't have it in my attachments, and I don't recall a specific email. In this letter, was a reason given for not submitting a income survey?
Well, the applicant, I'm sure, will speak to this. The reason provided to us is that the information, while part of the public record that they've compiled, would amount to a privacy issue when bunched together and shared in a public forum.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
Just real quick, this is a new kind of thing for me. So the convex slope determination, what we're doing is, if I were to stand on Hermosa Avenue and look straight up, the building would be 32 feet and something inches, but we're going to use a different determination to bring it down to 29 feet, making it comply with the 30-foot rule. Is that correct?
More or less, yes.
Okay,
The idea being that instead of using the straight line interpolated grade, which we are accustomed to using, that we would take into consideration the natural grade more of the site.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, thank you for the staff presentation. If the applicant is present, if you want to please approach the podium to make your presentations, and while you're doing that, do any of my fellow commissioners have disclosures to make?
I made a site visit and did it in the company of one of our junior planners, or senior planners, excuse me.
Site visit.
Site visit.
Site visit.
Okay, thank you. All right.
All
It's all
right.
yours.
Thank you, Chair Hirsch and Commissioners. Brandon Strauss again, Soror and Associates on behalf of the project. This site we are discussing tonight is an existing 4-unit apartment building, and as you see, it's on your slides. above. It's 102 years old, structure is well past its useful life. Demolition of the structure is not an option, so this is not actually a demolition. It's not an option because the state law requires that 4 units be maintained on the site, and the city code allows only 2 new units to be built, so it must be preserved as a 4-unit structure. Several of the building walls are located in the required setbacks, so those walls cannot be repaired without tearing them down and rebuilding them in the correct place. In short, there are significant hurdles to any work on this site, and the hurdles are very costly to overcome. In the face of these challenges, however, the owner is proposing to transform the building into a showpiece with 4 new beautiful units. If you would switch the slide to the proposal. In addition to moving all the encroaching walls inside the property, the new design will make the open space and the parking closer to conformity. While the building nominally has 2 garages, neither is large enough to fit a modern vehicle. The proposed remodel incorporates a new code-compliant 2-car garage, so it really actually increases on-site parking from 0 to 2. As part of this effort, we are asking for a convex lot determination, and as Mr. Whitney said, based on the city specifications for finding of a convex lot, this site meets those requirements to use the actual grade of the lot, less any fill soil. So for the foregoing reasons, we ask for your approval of the precise development plan and the convex lot determination. In addition to these 2 issues under review tonight, there is the 3rd issue of the affordability restriction on the proposed development, and that will be addressed by Mr. Bobko.
Nice to see everybody again. It's late, so I'll try to get right to it. My friend, what's your name again? Jake Whitney. Mr. Whitney did a really good job explaining this, and I differ slightly, but it's fortunate because I think that we have a solution that's very readily available to us on this problem. So you have, in this case, I'm going to give you some facts, and then I'm going to do what a lawyer does, and I'm going to spin a couple of hypotheticals for you, and then I'm going to tell you about a secondary market that you didn't know about, okay? So first thing, the facts. The facts are that in order to get to this income verification element of this housing law, you have to have 2 things first. And I don't think we have those things, but we're not going to argue about that tonight. The first thing you have to have is a demolition. We don't have a demolition. Demolition is not described in the relevant law. The city thinks that if it's more than 50% and it's unusable, that constitutes demolition. That is we can dispute that later on. There is no demolition here. So there is no demolition, and there is no decrease in the number of housing units, right? There are 4 there now, there will be 4 there in the future. Without one of those 2 things, you don't get to the income verification. But let's just put those aside for now and talk about the income verification. And the section of the law that is related to this is Government Code 66915 3B1, and it's 10, 15 pages long here. The phrase that we're interested in, though, is if the income category of the last household in occupancy is not known, it shall be rebuttably presumed that the lower income renter household occupied these units in the same proportion of low income renter households to all renter households within the jurisdiction. So the important words in that phrase, the facts that we need to focus on, are 2. The first is that the prior renter's income is not known, okay? And the second is that if you don't know it, there's a rebuttable presumption, and Commissioner Hoffman, I think you asked the question, if we don't know, do we assume then that it's low income even if it's on the beach? And the answer is yes. There's a rebuttable presumption. So let's spin out a couple of hypotheticals from those facts, and the reason I'm speaking in hypotheticals I think will become obvious here in a moment. But when we ask if the income is known, that assumes that someone could be there to give us the information. But what if the people who have the information about income don't want to give it to you? Or if the city asks for it in a format in which the applicant cannot provide it. In this case, what we have is the city gives applicants a form, or somebody who's doing a project a form, and you go to the person and you say, hey, you rented this, right? We know we have your rental agreement, whatever, you're not there anymore. Would you mind signing and saying that your income rises above a certain level? Many times people will do that. But the hypothetical I want to present to you is, what if they don't? Or worse, what if when the new property owner goes to the people who were the prior tenants and says, I'd like for you to sign this form that says that your income rose above a particular level, and the person said, you need that, don't you, because you want to redevelop the property. It's going to cost you. Well, okay, is it a case of beer? Is it $1,000? Is it $10,000? Is it $50,000? What price should the applicant have to pay in order to submit the form that the city wants? Or, hypothetically, could the applicant say, you know what, not going to play your game. I'm not going to pay this money to you for this form that the city's asked me for, which, incidentally, will not be found anywhere in any of the statutes. That is purely a city-driven administrative process. But what if I decide I'm not going to play that game? Well, then we go to the second piece, right? Because the first thing we were talking about is if it's known, we'll take that off the table because it cannot be indisputably known because the people who know it and can verify it don't want to give us the information without being paid, hypothetically. So we go to the second piece, which is the rebuttable presumption. So what would be enough to rebuttably present, I'm sorry, it's getting late. What would be enough to rebut the presumption? Would it be enough to go online and find where people worked on different social media sites? Would it be enough to find their resumes and be able to attach certain income to those particular jobs that they've listed? Would it be enough to show, hypothetically, that they go on vacations that we know the cost of? These are things that you might be able to show hypothetically to prove that people, at least rebut the presumption that they're not low income. The question then becomes, if the person who owns the property is basically held hostage by people who don't live there anymore, have no interest in it, and are only trying to extract some money in order for him to be able to do with his property what he wants, should he then be able to go and use that information for his own purposes without any repercussion? Maybe, maybe. But one could quickly see how aggregating information and presenting it in a forum like this publicly could create problems for both the applicant, for the city who's compelling him to provide it, and maybe to people who don't want to have all that information aggregated and put into a public record. So where does that leave us? Well, let's leave the hypothetical world that we've been in and come back to the real world. Where it leaves us is we have a petitioner who has a project where he is unable to satisfy the city's requirement in the way that the city wants it satisfied, but can rebut the presumption in other ways and maybe has a lot of information that could help do that, but we don't want to do it in a public forum for all the reasons that I've just laid out for you. So what's the solution? I think it's pretty simple, it's easy, it's clean. We can do it soon. The solution would be for you to approve the precise development agreement and leave this part of it to another time, the other time being when we come back for the demolition permit. Allow the applicant to talk with staff, and I'm sure the city attorney would want to be involved as well, and figure out a way where we can we can rebut the presumption with overwhelming evidence in a way that preserves everyone's privacy. It does not make public things that people have no interest in being made public, and does not put the applicant at the mercy of people who don't even live in his property anymore. So that's the idea. That's what we would like to do. The format would be to bifurcate what we're doing tonight with the precise development agreement from these other issues, and allow us to work with staff over some period of time to satisfy staff that we can rebut the presumption, and then they can report back to you at a later date, or perhaps even just administratively, that they've been satisfied that the income levels are what we say they are.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
It's too late, I know.
I have one question. When's the last time the property was occupied?
Brandon?
Sometime fall of 2024, I believe.
And was that all units or just one?
I'm sorry?
Was that all 4 units or just one?
So it was around the time of the sale, all units were vacated.
So it was sold in August 2024?
I think it was the fall of 2024.
Okay.
And just to add a little specificity, the solution we're proposing is a very short phrase in condition 4 of the resolution. It's in the letter that was submitted for the record. If there's any question about exactly what we're asking for.
The letter was sent to your email. It wasn't sent.
And commissioners, I can clarify if you don't have a copy of the letter in front of you. If you go to the city's agenda website, open up the agenda, it is attached as a public comment to the item.
Thank you. All right, if there are no more questions of the applicant at this time, then I will open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak on behalf of this item? Reminder, you have 3 minutes. Seeing none, I'll see if there's anyone online.
There is one online participant wishing to speak. Nancy, you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, sorry, it's Nancy Schwab back again. I live a block away from this project. I'm very familiar with it. All the neighbors support our neighbor who is seeking to redevelop it. But I would like to put on the record there were 2 surface parking spaces. And so they're replacing 2 garage spaces with 2 surface spaces with 2 garage spaces, which is fine, but there were 2 off-street parking spaces. And also, I think they understated the amount of open space that was available. But, again, we don't care. We would really like to see this development proceed. The former tenants, all of whom were friends and neighbors, were asked to leave at the end of September 2024 under circumstances many of them found unhappy. That wasn't the current applicant's fault. The current applicant didn't have anything to do with that. But that's the reasoning. So I just wanted to go on record for my neighbors to say we support this, and my former neighbors to say they are not trying to extort anybody. They just have bad feelings about this. Just felt I needed to speak up. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
There are no other online participants wishing to speak.
All right, so before I close the public comment portion of the hearing, does the applicant wish to address any of the public comments?
Yes, I think the public commenter may have been thinking the encroachment area was surface parking, that it was illegally used as parking, and it's city property. It's not open space. It's not parking.
Thank you. Any further comments for the applicant before we close the public comment portion of the hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring the matter back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. Commissioner Hoffman, since you missed out on the last one,
Let me do
let you
it the
kick
easy
off.
way then. Yes, I can say with great certainty that this project is categorically exempt. I also can say with even greater certainty that the site is a convex slope, as is the face of the entire coastal dune in that part of our city. The problem I'm having with the issue that's being raised here, and again, I appreciate that this is not, the fact that this is based upon income is ridiculous. What someone's income is does not determine whether or not the property is, the rent is appropriate and so forth. There are a lot of people in town that rent places at prices totally unrealistic to their actual incomes and vice versa. I'm uncomfortable with the idea that we would approve this with a modification of stage of 4 to leave this sort of unresolved. But at the same time, we do that routinely with other kinds of issues. We leave it up to the discretion or to the satisfaction of the community development director. And that's where I'm leaning right now, but I'm curious how my fellow commissioners are going to address.
Commissioner McNally.
I'd like to see this project move forward. I'd like to find a way to move forward with this. I'm still a little confused on the affordability issue, and I think that can be discussed more appropriately after the demolition.
Vice Chair Isant.
My question to the director and council, are you comfortable with this proposal?
With Commissioner Hoffman's proposal or with the applicant's proposal?
The applicant's proposal that we pass this tonight and that he and staff meet to somehow work through a resolution before the demolition permit is issued, I believe was the proposal.
Yeah, that's acceptable to the department.
All right, I'll support the project with that modification then.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Yeah, for some reason I can't get my site back up here, but I do have some, I heard the staff mention about the current status of encroachments. There are none on board, and this is one of the more unique pieces of property in the entire city, bar none. It has a side yard lot, which is unique only to Strand properties. The reason why there's 3 steel poles down on that walk street is because the previous tenants for 40 years would drive down a sidewalk. Some of them actually drove over the stairwell, but the neighbors insisted that we close that off because there was no parking on that property per se, with a garage door to open from the north side, prohibited so cars would drive down the sidewalk, around the garage, and then down towards the front of the property. So my suggestion is, there is a clause on page 12 of 16 in the proposed resolution. It has a mention of encroachment. There is a specific encroachment to Strand properties that's unique to the Strand. It was negotiated with attorneys, good God, years ago, and it has regulations that's unique to side yard encroachments, not front yard encroachments like the walk streets have. So I think that should be inserted there. I don't have the language in front of me, but it's a public works document. It's they already have an encroachment heading. You just insert that. It's obvious that the new fence, by the way, the new landscaping is excellent, the new exterior is excellent. I mean, this is a great project for the neighborhood. You heard one of the neighbors say that. This would, if you're going to park in that encroached area, the encroachment permit speaks to that issue. The way the new fence that's that goes past the property line into the encroachment area, which is equal to any front yard or side yard. In fact, it mirrors the house across the street, would allow, we underparked by 10 cars. I mean, I think there's 12 cars supposed to park on that property if you were redeveloping with 4 units. It's not, but it's got 2. I'm sure that front side yard will accommodate some parking without driving down sidewalks or over curbs or anything like that. So that would be my recommendation. I totally agree with Commissioner Hoffman's suggestion and others suggesting that we abide by the proposal that has just been presented to us. Let them work out the details. What's the worst case scenario? He has to have 2 units that are low income. The rest is, I'm sure he's excited about getting 4 units that are market price. So, I mean, there's no doubt about the letter that we got indicates that type of, but that being said, great project. I support it. Convex slopes work. Staff did a good job on that. The fence line or the encroachment area should have a encroachment permit through Public Works based on Strand property side yard, not front yard. And there won't be any more vehicles driving down the sidewalk, so it's a win-win. So I support the project. Thank you.
I intend to support the project subject to some changes. As we've talked about, I think the design is beautiful. I think it tries to preserve not the character of the existing building because it's so much better than what the existing building has, but just, kind of fits within the context of the surroundings. I appreciate that we're trying to preserve the 4 units. I think, Seek was okay, convex slope is okay. It's just down to these 2 affordable units. I'm comfortable with proceeding with this being subject to verification by staff. I guess just one clarification from staff. When we typically get these projects presented to us, they have been verified, but we don't see the backup of all that verification. We just get staff's confirmation that it's been verified. Is the concern that anything that gets sent to staff becomes public record or something? I'm not connecting the 2 together between privacy and what we actually see in a public forum.
I think that's right. I mean, we do the income verification outside of the public process to protect the information, and we share with you the results of the investigation, and we'll follow that procedure moving forward.
Okay. But yes, I intend to support the project subject to that change and Commissioner Flaherty's suggested conditions on the encroachment permit.
Mike, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
With respect to that, my concern isn't that primarily related to you can't park in the Strand half? Well, if we try to apply that to this site, what we're saying is they can only park in the first half of something off of Palm, or? Okay, so in other words, they can't park all the way up to the stairs. Right, but I mean.
This is the only regulation you have to deal with parking.
No, but so we just want to apply the same idea that any parking in the side yard is in the east half of that property.
4 cars in that area. And still be within the guidelines of close to it.
Yeah.
Their entranceway, they have to protect their entranceway, of course, because they're 2/3 of the way into the yard. Maybe there's some exception to this, but I'm saying the only ordinance that deals with.
No, I got you. I just want to make sure what the application here
It is
makes
indeed
sense
a
in that
reflection
site.
of the negotiation for the Strand properties, which prohibits parking too deep into the property.
Right.
Their slope, first of all, their entranceway and their slope going downhill is going to naturally do that, but there is some restriction that may be less parking than they would want to get.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Or the city comes up, since this is a very unique piece of property, the public works people can negotiate that. I just know there's only one set of ordinance on the books today that deals with side yard parking issues.
Right.
Or encroachment issues, not parking issues, encroachment issues. And that's the one that was modified for the Strand properties.
Right.
There is a condition under the Public Works section, sorry, my laptop died. Commissioner Flaherty, it's on, it's condition number 16 in the Public Works section that talks about, is there a way that we could just add a word or two?
I agree. It's already in the document. It says Public Works encroachments. So you just have to add whatever language is in an existing set of rules for Strand properties.
So if we were to add, just trying to figure out if there's a way we can add a word or two to that existing condition to reference the easement document that you've described.
You're looking at condition 16?
Correct.
16, you're right. Right now, it just says, shall protect private and public property in compliance with section. No, there is a section where they mentioned encroachments.
Approved residential encroachment permit, which isn't exactly the same.
Yes. Okay, 13.
13 maybe.
Right. A residential encroachment is required for any non-conforming structures. But I think just the word encroachment permit, you can add a sentence and add, including an existing ordinance that reflects Strand properties. Again, I know it's a document out there somewhere. And again, a front yard encroachment permit is not appropriate for this. They don't have a front yard.
Right.
It's a side yard encroachment. And since there's no encroachment permit on file at all, it could be an encroachment that Public Works feels is appropriate. It doesn't have to be the Strand one, which Pete is absolutely correct, was developed because of parking craziness that was happening on Strand. They were driving down the Strand to park in the front of lots. No one's driving up or down the stairwell anymore, so you just have to have an encroachment permit that's appropriate to this property. That speaks about the parking. I mean, you're gonna have parking in there. The gate's already illustrated in their document. I mean, it looks like a sliding gate that goes across from the alley all the way in. The sidewalk, they even have a sidewalk illustrated where their entrance to their property is. Maybe that's the appropriate spot to stop parking.
But do you know if the Public Works Department, what do they call it? Do they call it?
An encroachment permit.
They don't call it a residential encroachment permit?
You know what, I don't want to go too deep in that because I don't remember, but I know it was unique to side yard issues, and it was only because the Strand properties are the only ones in the city that had side yards. The rest of the walk streets have front yards.
Correct.
So,
Okay, so it, perhaps just to kind of wrap this piece up, if we, I mean, the record reflects we've had this discussion. I understand the intent of what you're getting at. The applicant understands the intent of what we're getting at. We would need an encroachment permit in the event that there was parking. There is an existing policy ordinance resolution of some kind which describes the allowances for side yards, encroachments in side yards on walk streets.
Right.
Okay.
And it could be unique to this property because it has everything except a strand in front of it.
Gotcha. There was another, and then the other area we're going to work on is what's the number?
That is, I believe it's condition of approval 4. Yes. And so I believe the recommended language, Commissioner Hoffman, based on your direction and the language we got from the applicant, is prior to issuance of a building permit, if the owner does not provide evidence that none of the existing units are protected units under state law, subject to approval or to the satisfaction of the community development director, the owner shall execute a covenant to the satisfaction of the community development director to make 2 units available for rent to lower income households as defined by health and safety code. And then we get into the existing language in our condition of approval 4. So that first part of the phrase is what is being modified to permit the applicant to work with staff to provide additional evidence regarding income verification to the satisfaction of the director. Does that seem accurate with your comments, Commissioner?
That's my intent, Joe.
Okay.
And I assume that in the case of the covenant, her satisfaction would depend upon your judgment toward the city attorney. Okay, all right, thank you.
Don't believe I've heard a motion.
Is that a
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
All right, do we have to repeat that, or do we have that? No, okay. Do we have a second?
Second?
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
All right, Commissioner McNally,
Approved.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty.
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant,
Yes.
Chairperson Hirsch.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. All right, moving to item number 8, staff items. Can we have the Community Development Director report?
We will be very brief. I'll just let you know that we will be having a rotation of the chair in December. And in addition, we'll be discussing, or I'll be presenting a proposed schedule for your meetings next year. And have a happy holiday in the meanwhile.
Point of clarification, does the rotation start at the beginning of the December meeting or at the end?
I would have to check the rules. I'm actually not sure. I would suspect it'd be at the beginning.
Perfect. All right. Sounds great. Okay. Do we have any Planning Commission comments or announcements? No? Okay.
I just briefly thank you for allowing me to talk tonight as much as I did. And I also want to just make one more comment. 3 out of 5 of us had this craziness with this one zoning map. So it could be because I have this type of computer versus we didn't have one. Greg didn't have, Greg has a city computer and it showed up the correct way. I don't have a city computer. Pete has his own computer and it showed up a different map than it was.
You know, but my sense, including when it keeps, when that blast that says recording started, that's because
Right.
we've lost the internet. I've gained and lost the internet 10 times tonight, which I wonder if that was what was going on. It's been impossible for me to keep the agenda items up here, but
Well,
it's just the internet
I'll
service.
say this, my computer has been the most troublesome of the rest of the guys. This is the first time 3 out of 5 of us had different information on the staff report. I'd be more than willing to buy a new computer or get a city computer and dedicate it strictly to these meetings. I certainly don't want to be leading the pack and not being able to vote or things like that. But if I need to go something newer, bigger, I would. You've never had any problems with yours, I don't think.
I haven't, but I think I'm the only one not on an iPad.
Okay.
When you're operating on the OS 2, Mike, you really get to where all the rest of it. We're at 18 now. Catch up here, quick.
This was built in 1844, so
It's as big as that, as
I'm
old as
good
that
with
house
that.
that we just approved.
It's older than your car.
Okay. All right. All right, future agenda items. The motion to approve the tentative future agenda.
No. Move to receive and file, noting that
Thank you.
maybe we need to think about the time frame for some of these items. It looks like we've got
I have
packed
one,
agendas coming up.
I do have a comment about future agenda items. Tonight proved that possibly 1 hour isn't sufficient to do these add-on items.
Exactly.
I'm more than willing to do earlier or even a separate meeting for items. Those are pretty big items, actually, ideas-wise as well as participation-wise. So I don't know if you want to hold 2 a month versus in front of a meeting.
I mean, I appreciate you bringing that up. It is something that I've been concerned about as I'm getting situated. I feel like in the coming year, at least, there's going to be a lot of substantive policy conversations. I don't know if we're going to achieve a cadence that is, every other we'll have something ready, but we want to strive towards that. And we're also really grappling with the state, the permit streamlining deadlines. So I did kind of raise the question of twice a month kind of commitment for a year or so, but then that also has back of the house implications for costing purposes. So I'm still noodling that a little bit. Maybe I can take a temperature email with the rest of you to see if there, on occasions, if you could meet at 4 or maybe every other month we schedule 2. I don't know. We can have more conversations about that, but thank you for bringing it up.
Can you do it at the end of a meeting, or do you have to do it before a meeting?
A special meeting?
Yeah, a special meeting at the end of our meeting. It can't be scheduled, well, because we've had contests to see who could quickly end the meeting, and some of us were able to get down to Rockefellers in time, but what I'm saying...
if we, the only reason why we need to hold special meetings at 5 is because your regularly scheduled meeting starts at 6. Mm-hmm. So if you wanted, we could just anticipate longer meetings and start the regular meeting at 5, but that would be inconsistent with the way the council schedule is set up. So the clerk is really trying to harmonize all public meetings to start at the same time. Okay. So that's why we have that 5 o'clock special and 6 o'clock regular.
And then, of course, you run the risk if we do schedule, let's say, like a 7 o'clock special meeting. If we go over in our regular meeting, or 8 o'clock special meeting, if we go over in our regular meeting, then we potentially run into issues with, things not going as scheduled.
Yep.
Just my 2 cents, too.
Well, and we saw tonight with, I guess, our contract planner, she needed to be done. So it probably doesn't, personally, but I'm like Mike and other, I'm not working at this point. It would make more sense to me that we had a special meeting on an off day so that we don't have a room full of people waiting 2 hours for the agenda item that, was scheduled at 6.
Mm-hmm.
I will just say, I don't know if these are coming to us quickly or what, but we're seeing a lot more volume in terms of projects. So I don't know if things are just getting busier or if you guys are processing them faster. So I do appreciate that we're trying to clear the docket. All right, I think there's a motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
Commissioner McNally,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes?
Commissioner Flaherty,
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Izant,
Yes.
Chairperson Hirsch.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Acting voice.
All right, final item. Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Not before we thank our chairman for the last 9 months.
Yes.
Thank you for a good job, Chairperson.
Thank you. I'm very happy to pass on the baton, or the gavel.
I will
Which I
say-
never even got, but.
I will say the greatest line I've ever heard at a planning commission meeting is when you said at your first meeting, and we had a room full of people about a very excitable subject matter, and you thanked them for being here for your first meeting. It was fabulous.
And they didn't show up for my last meeting. So, all right. I think we have a motion to adjourn the meeting. So all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion is adjourned meeting's adjourned at 10:46.